Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, and Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Naples. How you guys doing?
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Well, we had quite a day yesterday with the four-way battle. Live trading challenge yesterday. Nick for a tick making a huge comeback. Hopefully, everybody got a chance to see that. And then he just got into defensive mode and won the challenge. So, congratulations to Nick. Thank you, Leo, XYZ, and Stowe. It was a great day yesterday. And a couple of these guys are coming back to trade the open too. So, that was awesome. Appreciate the chat. Appreciate everybody being here with us today. It's Friday. Yeah, it is Capital Preservation Friday, but we're not done yet. We've got a lot of stuff happening in the markets, and let's just start off right away. Shai, what kind of news items have we heard about last night and this morning?
Well, just when you thought tariffs were over, we have new tariffs. So Trump plans a new tariff push. This will include 100% rate on patented drugs, so brand name drugs, not generic, coming from any company overseas, unless they offer to build a manufacturing plant in the United States. Then they would be exempt for tariffs. So we'll see what happens with that. And then he threw in a 25% tariff on heavy duty trucks. We do see Daimler down today on that. And a 50% tariffs on kitchen cabinets and bathroom vanities. And then upholstered furniture will be taxed at 30%. So I don't really know where the furniture came from out of the blue. I can sort of understand heavy trucks, but we have some new tariffs. So it'll be interesting to see how the market kind of digests that on the open. We'll see. Then we had TikTok. We had JD Vance said yesterday that TikTok would be valued at 14 billion. Now this is way under what was expected, which was closer to 40 billion, 40, not 14. And the owners of ByteDance, and the existing investors kind of said they found that rather insulting, but we'll have to see what happens. Obviously, this really comes down to the buyers and what the buyers will be willing to buy, but that came in way under what they expected at a valuation. The deal must be completed in 120 days, so we'll find out what happens that way. And then we had David Einhorn yesterday, was on the Simplify conference, and he warned on AI spending splurge. He said that the numbers that are being thrown around are so extreme, and it's really, really hard to understand them. I'm sure it's not zero, but there's a reasonable chance that a tremendous amount of capital destruction is going to come through this cycle. He said many projects will be built, but investors will not see the payoffs that they anticipate. He also said, I'm a little bit more of the view that we're heading into or have been in a recession. Jobs aren't growing and the work week is shrinking and productivity is not great. He also reiterated his long-standing claim that markets are fundamentally broken, a condition he's argued has eroded the investment process itself. So that's interesting. Another person coming out kind of cautioning on this AI craze and the overvaluations and the numbers that are being, thrown about. I've talked about this on the show here. I've talked about this on Twitter, or X. And then, of course, last but not least, it's the data today. Obviously, we have personal consumption price index. That is the Fed's preferred inflation measure. So a hotter than expected reading could trigger a pullback in equities, and a cooler print may reinforce the bullish momentum that has continued to propel these markets to record highs.
Wow. I mean, for a Friday, there's a lot to unpack there. Let me just let's go back to the tariff thing, Shai. Let me ask you this. There's a lot of controversy, I'm going to call it, or discussion would be a nicer way to put it on social media about the farmers and the latest idea that, hey, we're gonna, farmers are taking a hit on the tariffs. And we're going to go ahead and give some of that tariff revenue back to the farmers. And then, of course, the counter argument to that is this is just a form of socialism. What's the matter with you? What's your feeling on how that kind of is cycling around?
Well, we've have always had a ton of farm bills where farmers get subsidies. That's kind of not new. But I think it's there's a lot of back and forth on, whether should they be paid from tariffs or should it just be a regular subsidy that they have. And some argue that really they should be using that money to it kind of incentivize more farms, more ranches, things like that, building up herds rather than just direct money. So, I mean, there's a big, big controversy surrounding that. But in a couple of weeks, we will have somebody else on in the agriculture world that can talk to us about that a little bit more.
Yeah. And, so, Craig, what's your feelings on this on the idea that consumers are paying for the tariffs?
Yeah, look, I mean, the administration is pretty convinced, or it's convinced itself, that the tariffs are being paid by the exporting countries. But really, that's not showing up in the data per se, because if it was, we'd be seeing a much softer import input price momentum, and we're really not seeing it. So it does seem like for now, most of the tariff is being eaten by the importer at the port. And that's going to eventually flow into higher consumer prices, or it's just going to be, stuck at the importer and company level, in which case margins are going to get hit. So it seems like the administration now is, I don't know, to me, what I see the administration doing is, stock market back to all-time highs, but Trump polling data starting to slide, right? There's become a divergence again here with the administration saying things are great, but on the ground, people are saying, yeah, not so much. And so I do wonder, with these tariff announcements from yesterday, and maybe some talk about taking tariff revenue and redistributing it to the farmers, that Trump's become maybe a little bit more sensitive of his polling data again. And so, do we have a situation developing where he feels like he has some currency to spend with markets at the highs, that he could maybe push back a little bit, and try to, regain some of that polling momentum? And so I don't know. That was kind of just thinking about that on the drive over here, and thinking about the announcements overnight, and then some of this talk from the Farm Bill, potential for a government shutdown next week, which may lead to a displacement of more public sector and government jobs. That's another part of the administration's, was part of the campaign promise, was part of their agenda, was to transition the economy from public to private sector. So, maybe he sees this as a little bit of opportunity here to kind of get back on track from the populist agenda that got him elected. And, we'll go from there. That being said, Bessent did also say yesterday, we're going to get the stock market up. So after the massive correction of this week, where stocks are literally 1% from all-time highs, Bessent reminded us that they're going to get the stock market up. So maybe I'm crazy.
Well, we'll see. Wait till PAX gets on. I've got some PAX lines on my chart now, and it might raise some eyebrows. But going back to the other news item, Shai, that you mentioned, is TikTok really that big of a media entity? I mean, I've never been on it, and why is there so much discussion? This is going on for months and months about an app.
Yeah, well, it is the number one app in the United States. It's got 170 million active users in the United States. It generates 10 billion a year just from the United States. So, it's a moneymaker. It's X kind of was never a moneymaker, and who knows really how much money they're making now since it's kind of private. But it generates a lot of money. It has a huge base in the U.S. The most the thing that I find interesting is that really it is coveted because of their algorithm. But to note, Oracle and Silver Lake, all of these buyers that have talked about buying it have said, and Oracle in particular is going to retrain that algorithm. So it is. So we'll see how that pans out on that app, and if users like the new algorithm, because things are obviously going to change. So we'll find out on that.
Jim, the other thing I'd say though is it is showing a little bit of a continued trend away from this adversarial relationship with China, right? I mean, the original reason why TikTok was banned was this idea that China controlled the algorithm. They had a lens on what the American populace was doing, and was pushing us in certain directions or not, depending on what kind of algorithm you personally had. And so that was the original impetus behind the ban. But what we're seeing is obviously TikTok helped Trump get elected, and we're seeing this this gradual shift away from this adversarial relationship with China towards potentially something that is a little bit more amicable, right? I mean, the tariff war has basically been put on hold. There continues to be, great conversations between Trump and Xi, and a potential for a meeting next month or at the APEC meetings in Korea. And so, look, that's a potential positive catalyst coming down the pipeline for the markets. Should the tariff regime, the elevated tariffs between China and the U.S. get ratcheted back, and maybe we're going to continue on to this shift as America realizes it does need to be have a more supportive and amicable relationship with China rather than an adversarial one. I think markets would support that outcome.
I'm going to have to sign up. I think Jim Cagnina is going to be on TikTok probably by the end of the weekend. We'll see how that all pans out. Today, I know we have core PCE as part of that personal income number that's coming out, and consumption number that's coming out. It used to be a big deal, right? It used to be, this is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. This is the most important number in the universe. And I'm going to pull up a chart in a second here, but is that still the case? Or are we kind of like, it's not a big deal anymore because we're worried about jobs? Start with you, Shai.
Well, yeah, I think it's still going to matter, particularly if we have an outside number, whether that's higher or lower. I think that is, that has the potential to move the market. I think everybody's still watching inflation because even particularly with the data yesterday we had in the jobs market, which showed better than anticipated data. So that means the job market's not looking as bad as we may have thought that it was, which is why non-farm next week is going to be very, very important. But so if the job market looks like it's, stabilized and maybe even improving from the last few months, then people are going to start looking at inflation again, right? Particularly if it remains high or continues higher. And so I do think it will matter, and particularly because of the data we had yesterday on jobless claims.
That totally makes sense. So our radar screen is up today on Capital Preservation Friday. Let me pop up a chart really quick and ask Craig. I mean, this is from Fred. This is the Federal Reserve Economic Data Base or something like that. This chart is just the index itself. It's not a percentage or a change chart. And it shows personal consumption expenditures, excluding food and energy, of course. We're talking about core. And what I did was I just kind of charted, I pulled up the chart and then I just added a manual kind of regression line and that red line right there. And I'm like, we're kind of like above trend on this chart. And I don't know what it means, Craig, but I'm going to defer to you on deciphering this data right now.
Yeah, the title of this chart should be, "This is why most Americans are pissed off." And it's because prices for most goods have structurally been reset higher after years of above average inflation. And so a combination of the deficit spending that took place under the Biden administration, a variety of other money printing tactics, post COVID. And so prices remain incredibly high. Inflation is the rate of change of price increases. And so, yes, it's true that the rate of price increases has come back down towards 2.5%, 3%. But you can see from this chart, we're so much higher than what people are, we're used to, let's say, prior to COVID and what the trend would have been. And real wages have not kept up with this chart. And I think the Trump administration is trying to bring down the rate of growth in the deficit. And so tariffs are a big part of that. The DOGE spending cuts were supposed to be part of that. And look, the actual budget that did come through shows a decline in the rate of spending. And so we're going to end this year probably closer to 6% of GDP. And as it stands right now, depending on how the budget goes for next year, it could be down in the 5.5% to 6% of GDP camp. So we've arrested the rapidly accelerating growth rate in the deficit, which is really the main contributor to this to this inflation. But still, there's no sign yet that prices are really ever going to return to that trend line that you got there.
So we're going to stay pissed off, is what you're saying.
Certainly, many of us are going to remain pissed off, yes.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Before we go to some markets real quick, I did want to circle back to Shai for that one comment about that AI capital destruction. So follow me for a second. So the company XYZ says, hey, we're going to spend $2 billion on this thing. And they start hiring people, contractors, buying equipment, doing a whole bunch of stuff, spending money, CapEx, or maybe they borrow money to do this. And it's flowing through the economy, right? So if the project fails, the investors are not going to be happy, obviously. But isn't there a trickle down effect in the economy where everyone's, money's flowing, right? Money's flowing around, and then everyone's going to be spending on the stuff that they want to buy.
Well, I think the problem here is, and these numbers are just and we're not talking 2 billion here. We're talking, Chat GPT says trillions with a plural. We've got, Microsoft and Meta at over 500 billion a year. So we're not talking like $2 billion. We're talking, 500 billion plus on this. And the thing is that they're throwing around these numbers, and I think Einhorn's worried is they're just throwing out these numbers, and we really haven't seen this come to fruition yet. And he believes this is, their promises to burn a lot of capital for these companies when we don't really know what the outcome will be. And, I'm sure a lot of these projects will be built. Maybe some of them won't. They'll probably go over budget. And then it comes down to, is that amount of capital, do you get the benefit? Do you get the payoff from investing that much? What if you don't? Right? And so that's a problem. And you're talking in data centers. Yeah, you need people to build data centers, but once they're built, you don't need people for that. Right? It's just a room of GPUs. Essentially, you need people to, take care of them, but we're not talking about a huge employment benefit to the country. And so I think really, and I agree with him that these numbers are so large. And the market just loves when they hear them. The market, every time a company, whether it's Meta, whether it's Oracle, whether, it's spits out these numbers, their stock price, goes to the moon. And so they keep repeating this. But yet, we don't know if those, if that amount of money is going to give you those kind of returns that you would expect from that kind of investment.
Yeah. I have not seen the headline.
And
sorry, go ahead, Shai.
And I just want to throw in the fact that everybody keeps ignoring, that I keep pounding the table on, is we don't have the energy infrastructure for this whatsoever. Our grid is aging and old. We don't have enough transformers. In fact, we're still backlogged on transformers. We don't have any of this built out. We don't have enough natural gas plants. We don't have enough natural gas pipelines. We have, nuclear is going to take, even though we have started, when we talked to Mark Nelson, the other day. He said, it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 years, depending on, what stage the plant is. Obviously, it's going to take a lot longer to revive a plant that's already that has been decommissioned rather than building a whole new one. But we don't have any of this. We have no plans for this. And so you can build as many data centers as you want, but if you don't have the energy infrastructure, you just have an empty room full of useless GPUs. And so I think we really need to start looking at planning for this on the electrification side of things. And that's my rant for today.
No, how do you really feel about it? No, but that you bring up some good points. And then, so based on some stuff you just said, I want to go back to Craig and say, hey, Craig, how much of this is just puffery, right? It's easy for me to say, hey, a NinjaTrader Live staff, we're going to spend $1 billion and raise your salaries. Well, how much of it's puffery and how much of it is serious, and how do we analyze it?
Yeah, this is not a political commentary, but it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that the president likes big numbers, and he touts the investment numbers, 17 trillion of new investment and growing, since the administration started. And so, look, in order to remain in good standing with the president, these companies who get summoned to the White House consistently deliver what the president wants, which is announcements of big numbers. And so I think this was, again, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I think it was an important week this week for the narrative on the AI CapEx spending build out. And the Einhorn comments, I think, add to that message, right? We had the Micron numbers from earlier this week and the reaction to them, a blowout number. Stock trades up after market, reverses, trades lower, and then a lower again yesterday. And now you have, more talk from well-respected investors who are just, adding some doubt about the story, adding some doubt about the returns associated with all of this spending. And, earlier the week, we had this OpenAI NVIDIA relationship where people are kind of getting smart to the idea that, wait, let me get this straight, NVIDIA is investing money in OpenAI so that OpenAI can use that money to then go buy the NVIDIA chips, right? I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand, from a 50,000-foot view, really what's going on here. And so we are starting to put a little bit of doubt in the story. I think, look, AI is going to be here for a while, forever, really. The build out's going to happen. It's just, if the narrative is shifting to a profitability is going to be a strained narrative, why are these companies spending all this money? Yes, we know it's cash, it's not debt, but still, we could start to maybe poke some holes into the strength of that bull thesis. And the last thing I'd say is just with respect to China and competition, China appears to be doing the AI CapEx spending a lot cheaper and in a lot different way. The numbers just are not there and to the same degree and to the same size. And their companies are using now increasingly their own chips with their own providers. And so doing it for less and getting similar results. Again, this is how you poke holes into a very strong bull thesis. Similar types of things were observed, late in '99, early parts of 2000. We'll see how long this can continue to go on for.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we got a couple minutes here. Let's cover some markets. Particularly, I want to look at Bitcoin in a second, but now that Shai's opened up the door to energies, let's take a peek at crude oil real quick. I'm going to pull up a crude oil chart right now. And we're just kind of sitting on that $65 handle, Shai. And we haven't spent a lot of time at $65 going back over the last month or two. What's happening here? Are we having a paradigm shift up or no?
I think that's, in my view, we're still stuck between like 61.50 and 65, right? Okay. We've kind of been stuck in that era. I think every time we get too low, people know that, you start taking shale offline at that point. In fact, we're already seeing shale offline, but everybody's in denial about that for some reason. But we are seeing that already happen, particularly in the Permian. And we still have some hardball talk against Russia right now. Trump's out there saying everybody's got to stop buying Russian oil. The EU has decided to put more tariffs on Russian oil, and they're trying to bribe Turkey or Hungary into not importing it through the Druzhba pipeline. And so, people are worried about maybe that Russian oil being taken offline, and not to mention the fact that, we have Ukrainian drones kind of bombing their energy facilities. Right. And so that's also a problem, and also their ports. So we've seen, exports stopped from their ports due to damage from drones. And so right now there is also that kind of geopolitical bid under this market right now.
Got it. We have about 2.5 minutes left before data, but Craig, just to get your thoughts on crude right now.
Yeah, similar to what we've, I think, been talking about for the last couple of weeks, just a range-bound market. Demand strength has been waning. Supply growth has been in there because of OPEC bringing barrels back to the market. Those have both been kind of negative for the crude oil price, but the positive has been the weak dollar and the money printing story and the shift in commodity, exposure to commodity assets. And so I think the combination of those things has really balanced the market. Volatility has been sucked out of it. We've kind of been range bound. And I think, look, from here, the question for me is the U.S. economy going to continue to decelerate? Is the labor market going to slide? That will be continued, demand issues for crude. And if it breaks down, I think you could trade in that direction. On the flip side, if geopolitical concerns come back to the fore, and if the U.S. economy is holding in there, and China is continuing with stimulus, and we break out to the upside, I think you'd be pushing that direction. So it's kind of a wait and see for me in either, in either case. And I'm open to either scenarios really, playing out.
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, before we go to the Bitcoin, we're going to have breaking news in a couple of minutes here. Just kind of looking across the board. U.S. dollar's a little bit mixed against some of the major currency pairs, down against the euro, Swissy, pound sterling, and yen, and up a little bit against the Aussie dollar and the Canadian dollar. Bitcoin is taking a hit again, well below my 112,000 level that we talked about yesterday. Stock index futures kind of, I don't know, they're up a little bit, right? We have a little bit of a move upward in the stock index futures, with the exception of the poor Russell 2000. All of the Treasury complex is up a little bit, couple ticks, not that much. We have energies are a little bit mixed. Nat gas is down, RBOB up. And then the metals are also an interesting story. We have palladium, silver, gold, and platinum up again today, with Dr. Copper down a little bit as well. So I don't think today's over, guys. I think we're going to have some movement in some of these markets today. Oh, look at who's here, Mr. Pax.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. This is going to be an interesting number. Good morning, Craig. Good morning, Tracy. Jimmy, I've already said good morning to you, dude.
Good morning, Pax.
That was a very interesting conversation.
Pax, this is like the best macro team, and I'm not including myself. I'm just talking about Craig and Shai, the best macro team that there is. End of story.
Oh, I agree. Don't include me in that either. That's why I don't. I'm a strictly process-based trader. But this is I love these conversations, and Craig, I think I see things very similarly to you and Tracy too. Tracy and I have had these conversations a lot.
But you type in who's the best into Chat GPT, and then you just get a picture of you, Pax. Spits it back out.
Maybe best looking. My daughter, I had dinner with my oldest daughter last night. She's 28. She said, "Dad, have you had work done on your face?" "No, sister, I moisturize."
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Actually, she asked me that. I can't believe she asked me that.
All right, we're getting close to the number. I just have an intraday 30-minute E-mini S&P chart on the screen to see if there's any kind of reaction to PCE right now.
Oh, no liquidity. Here we go. And keep an eye on bonds. Bonds are at 116.13. NASDAQ 24,647.
Yeah, what's the bonds?
6670. So keep your eye on that. The bonds are gonna tell the tale, I think.
I'm gonna
All
pivot to a
right.
bond chart then.
So PCE month over month, 0.3% in line, year over year, 2.7% in line with expectations, a bit higher than prior. And then core PCE, the Fed's metric came in at 0.2% in line with the survey and 2.9% in line with prior and the survey. So nothing out of the ordinary or out of what was not expected. Did have personal spending up slightly.
Got it. Well, bonds are up a couple ticks. I don't see a giant candle brewing, although it's trying to make new highs right now, right at that Jackson 1 level at 116, 16, 30 seconds. Just to kind of pivot over to the ES really quickly here. The
ES
ES
just
is
rallied 10 points. That's
Yeah, nice move up in the ES. It's we broke through the London initial balance high, and we're still climbing right here. So nice reaction. Nothing too crazy though.
I had some gold shorts on at the opening range at 81.80. I scratched out of. Gold is starting to run, and I didn't get long.
All right. Well, we're ready for capital preservation Friday, but let's just take a quick 60 seconds and just go back to Shy. Any last second thoughts here on the day?
So no, the only other data we have today is Stowe's favorite, University of Michigan at 10 a.m. Sentiment, 1 year and 5 year inflation expectations, and for central bank speakers, all we have left is Fed's Bowman at 1. So. Just on the lookout for 10 a.m. and 1, and besides that, that's all the data and what we need to watch out for the rest of the day.
Awesome. Craig, same question to you, my friend.
No, last thing I'd say, you mentioned Bitcoin. I think it's an interesting one we should keep an eye on. It acts as kind of the leading indicator on liquidity. It's been it's basically flat for the month, but October is Rocktober for Bitcoin, up 6 years in a row. Average gain over the last decade, 22.5% for the month of October. So, look, it'll be an interesting tell here. Is the Bitcoin market reacting to this liquidity slowdown, this economy slowdown, or are things going to be fine? In which case, the seasonals really start to kick in here. Fourth quarter is Bitcoin quarter. So it'll be a very interesting setup.
Very, very awesome. Well, Craig, thank you so much. Looking forward to have a great weekend. Thank you for being here with us. Shai, talk to you a little bit later on this afternoon. You two are the best. Thanks for being with us this morning.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Bye, guys. Have a great weekend, both of you.
Pex, I can't tell you how, I've been doing this a long time. I mean, we're talking, I don't know. I mean, I had a four-barrel carburetor in my 1974 Buick Skylark. I mean, we're talking a long time. And 350 cc's, by the way, that thing was a beast. But these two, Shai and Craig, I mean, they're just special.
They are. Yes, they are. They're both smart, so smart. And you can tell just from the logical, they put forth a supposition, they put forth their opinion, but they're able to defend it with detailed logical facts. And, whether you agree with it or not, that to me is the mark of intelligence. I could care less what somebody's opinion is. If you can defend it with some logical premises underneath it, well, you're a smart person.
Not only that, there's no script here. Like we're not up at 4 a.m. saying, all right, you ask this question, you ask that question. We're just kind of in tune with what's going on and what's important in the marketplace. And these guys don't, there's no like, Jim, don't ask me that question. Boom, they nail it and they know exactly what they're talking about. So that's I'm gonna stop bragging for a second because we have you here, but I don't know. We'll see.
It's great to listen. It's always great to listen to. I try not to I try not to get too into a macro discussion because it can permeate or it can color my view of the market. It can color,
Yeah.
it can color my opinion, and I'll miss a move because I'm thinking, well, the market's going to go lower. This is not good news, and then we rally, 100 points, and I'm left holding my schmeckel. I want to be able to be involved in this market, and according to the parameters of my process, and so I try not to pay attention. Like Ira Harris, Ira is a legend in our business. Ira has been a board member at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for a very long time. He's the best macro trader I know. And he does a lot of podcasts. Ira is been a mentor and a friend to me for decades. And I hesitate in talking to him too because all he's good, he is so smart and everything he tells me is going to sink in, and I'm going to think, okay, well, the bond should be, or the yield curve should be, and gold, and so and then I'll end up missing what the market is doing. I try to trade the market as it is, not as I think or want it to be, and
Yeah.
that goes back to my floor days. That I was sitting around, I'll never forget this, sitting around the Merc Club having a breakfast with a bunch of NASDAQ traders, great traders, big traders too. They're all spreaders. And everybody started to talk about their positions. This guy, Mark Variano, his badge was MPV, said, stop. I don't want to know what your positions are. I don't want to know what you're thinking. I've got my positions. I know what I'm doing, and that's all I want to do. So stop telling me what your opinion is, and stop telling me what you think is going to happen, because that's going to then permeate my trades. The time to talk about those sorts of things is after the market closes. This is a big rally. We just rallied, now we're at 70. So the S&P is now at 687.
Let me pull up an intraday chart real quick. Just
Yeah.
take a peek here. This is just a 30-minute candle, nothing special. Actually, let me do the gamma chart here. So
Where was the
yeah, I
NASDAQ?
mean,
670. So the NASDAQ's rallied 100 points, 620, I forget.
I'm on the ES right now, 66.89.5 right now. We're trying to get to that 66.900 level, which is that zero DTE call, resistance and gamma wall. And then above that is JX1 at 6,700. Let's shoot over to some PAX lines, though, and talk about those. I mean, we have a new quarterly pivot, and then we have some new upside targets as well, right?
Yes, sir. And downside targets, but upside targets specifically because, well, we're not breaking it.
Yeah, so your new quarterly number, you just have a new quarterly starting this week, right? It's 66.58.
66.58. So the new quarter started for me on Monday. Now the rest of the world, it starts, on next Monday. Today we have the end of the quarter trade, so be aware of that. And there's three different things in my group that are kind of unique to us, and one of them is that we trade the opening range. The other one is that we a lot of traders in my group will trade the mini micro spread, which we will be talking more about at NinjaTrader Live in the future. And I'll show you, I'll illustrate that for you, and I'll show you how to trade the spread. If you trade a 2 lot in the minis, you've only got two position management options open to you. If you trade a 2 lot in the minis and you trade out in 20 lot micros, well, you've got infinite number of, not infinite, but you've got exponentially more profit management open to you. Anyway, so we'll talk about that.
Okay.
So end of quarter today. So it's it's the opening range trading that we do. It's these macro levels, these macro swing levels that we do, and it's the late day trade that we do.
Yeah.
And the mini micro spread. Those are the things unique to my group. And today, with the end of the quarter, the late day trade ought to be a very good trade. I kind of feel like I missed this rally, but anyway, so far. But the point is that 66.58 is our new quarterly pivot. 66.58 gives us an upside target of 69.83 with an equidistant swing level of 73.07. Now, 66.58 to 69.83 seems like a long way. But I can tell you, never in my career, and as I've got a spreadsheet with all of these levels going back to the life of the S&P contract, which for the minis is 1996 or 1997 for the S. Well, let me be precise in that. 1997. And for the S&P, in which I have it going all the way back to the life of the contract, 1981. So all of these levels then there has never been a time in my career where these upside levels or these downside levels have not been reached. Never. So, we will trade either 69.83 or on the downside, 56.85. One way or the other, in this quarter, we'll trade one or the other prices.
What was the downside again? Pat?
56.85
Oh,
along.
that's off my screen. I'm not even going to
Right.
put
That's why I
numbers
didn't
on
give
it.
it to you.
All right. Well, let's hope it's the former, not the latter.
I don't know. I kind of prefer the latter. I like the short side. I've never seen Jimmy. I've never seen a bid I haven't wanted to hit.
Some of us have passive retirement accounts.
I know. I'm flat. Yeah, I flatten up in my retirement accounts in my longer term, just my longer term stock trading accounts. I'm completely flat stock. I don't own one share of stock right now. That doesn't mean that we don't rally, 10%. In fact, just because I flattened up in the 64 handle and took the money probably does indicate that we'll rally another 10, 15%. I'm not a very good long-term investor. I'm a very, very good trader, but not necessarily I'm not a very good investor generally, and I'm not a very good long-term investor in the stock market. I've missed a large part of it. Since 2018, I've been very weary of this market. Actually,
Gotcha.
since March of 2000, I've been very leery of rallies.
So with PAX, going back to the PAX lines now. So I don't know if I messed this up or not. I have two lines at 67.25 and 67.30. Was that a mistake on my part?
No. So those are swing levels. So I've got flattened zones, macro zones, and swing levels. So those are swing levels, and those are good levels. And then above that, what do we have above that?
68.20.
67.90-ish, right? Oh, 68.20.
Yeah.
68.20 and 68.98 are both macro zones.
Okay.
So those are levels that are based off of Fibonacci math, that are based off of the expiration prices.
Got
And
it.
and we've got a lot of great trading in front of us. Don't sleep on this fourth quarter. There was the prevailing wisdom in the old days, used to be, if you had a good year, you take the last quarter off. I never quite understood that. My best quarters, my entire career, have always been the fourth quarter and the first quarter. This year happened to be the first and second quarter. Second quarter was phenomenally good, but those are always financially my best quarters. And
I
maybe
mean,
it's
you
because,
you need to get more hay in the barn while you can.
hey, I saw somebody short life facts earlier said hay's for horses. That cracked me up. But yeah, gotta make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah.
Or well, how did you say that? Put hay in the barn.
We always need more hay in the barn, man. We gotta keep moving.
Get more hay in the, I never heard that expression. Is that a succinct expression?
That's an expression. I don't know. One of my childhood friends who's a surgeon, he works all the
Dropper.
time.
Name dropper. What kind of surgeon? Foot surgeon or heart surgeon? I
He's a
mean, there's
heart
a
guy.
difference.
He's a heart
Okay,
guy.
smart man, smart man.
So and I talk to him once a week for my whole life. It's amazing relationship, to be honest with you. It's my greatest relationship. And he always says that I need to get more hay. I go, why are you working so many hours now? You're in your 60s now. You've got it made. And he his real answer is, well, I still want to help people. That's his real answer. But what he tells me is, I need to get some more hay in the barn, man.
It's a great line, and it's the truth, right? I mean, you got to make hay when the sun shines, and when the markets are shining, you got to keep going. And then we need see. I think that's a really good build. Got to make hay when the sun shines, and then got to get more hay in the barn. So it's not difficult. It's not hard for anybody can make money trading. It's not hard. All you have to, the only skill you have to have is to click a mouse. But to continue to put hay in your barn, to be able to preserve that capital and to build it and to preserve that and to build that, well, that's a different story. And that's where, that comes down to what's in your heart, what's in your mind. Maybe part of the reason that the fourth quarter has always been so profitable for me is, it starts with the fall and the leaves change and cozy and warm, and what we eat in our house changes. We get more comfort food. It becomes more comfortable. It gets lighter. It gets darker later. We go to bed earlier, and then the snow, and that's so cozy, and fireplaces and warmth and Christmas, and how cozy is all that. So maybe it's just I feel more cozy. I don't know. Or the markets are just better to trade. I think the markets are better to trade and I feel cozy, right? Mindset.
Yeah.
However I feel is how I'm going to trade. So I need to make sure every single day I am CCFF. You guys remember that? Confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. I need to make sure every morning before the market opens that I'm confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. CCFF. Remember that. I need to be confident, carefree, fearless, and focused, which means I need to go through a morning routine to determine my level of CCFF. And if I can determine if I'm in touch with myself enough, then I can determine what size I'm going to trade. I don't need to catch every wiggle. I don't want to be part of every move. And I'm at the tail end of my career trading. I'll always trade, but I'm not going to trade every day. I don't trade every day. I'm only going. I choose to trade when it seems easy, when I have clarity in the market, and that's it, right? If I don't have clarity, I'm not going to trade. I've traded here because on NinjaTrader Live because I want to show you guys how to trade. Otherwise, most of these Fridays I wouldn't have been involved in the market whatsoever.
Well,
So,
and we see that when you trade live, we see that CCFF, and we saw it yesterday with Nick. Nick was in last place in the trading challenge. He was down, I don't know, $1,800 or something like that. I can't remember, but he was focused and he just kept going. And he just didn't freak out, right? He was confident, and then he ended up top of the leaderboard. And that's it was hard work, right? But hard work is rewarding sometimes, right, Pex?
yeah. Oh, always. Always. And a large part of the hard work that we do as traders is what we do outside of trading hours, how you live your life, how you experience things. I made a joke earlier, with Craig and Tracy about my daughter asking me last night if I had worked out of my face. I said, no, what do you saw me last month. What are you talking about? But it stuck with me because I take care of myself. I don't drink much. I eat good, whole, healthy foods. I work out a lot. I drink a lot of water. I supplement. I do all those things and my skin looks good. I look good. I feel good. That's the work. That's the hard work of trading, making sure you take care of yourself. Slovenly, lazy people that drink too much and do drugs are not going to be long-term profitable traders. Period. Hard stop. End of story.
There you
Anybody
go.
can make money trading. But if
There
you're a
you go.
lazy, fat, slovenly, drunken drug addict, you won't keep it and you won't grow it.
All right, let's on that note, let's pivot over and do the levels here for the Nasdaq. I have the Nasdaq up right now, and I think you told me the quarterly pivot was 24,588.
24,568.
Oh, 560. Oh, okay. I have five. Yep, that's what I had. I just misspoke.
That's right. It's a lot of numbers. 20,
It is. It is a
20.
lot.
So what's interesting is yesterday the S&P was churning 6658 and the Nasdaq was churning 24,568. That was roughly the open. So yesterday was a very, very good trading day for our group, for me and my group, because that is a price I will come off the bench and trade aggressively and trade with some size. But I didn't trade the Nasdaq yesterday. I traded the S&P. But if you're going to trade Nasdaq, you are long above these quarterly pivots or quarterly pivots. So for the entire quarter, you're long above it and short below it. Okay. And now again, there is a long way to go to get to the upside target here. So above 24,568, the next upside. Oh, there's other upside targets that we'll talk about, but the macro zone that price gives us is 25,907. 25,907 seems like it's so far off, but I'm telling you, there is never, and the downside is 20,050. 550. There has never been a time in my career where the market has not traded the upside or downside target or both. It will trade either 25,907 or 20,550 this quarter too. So be
Okay.
ready. You don't need to make your fortune today because there's going to be a lot of really, 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 really good trading ahead of you. If you don't have clarity, don't spend money. If you've got clarity, go ahead and spend some dough and you'll make some. But preserve and protect it. Don't be part of every wiggle. Don't buy dips. Don't sell rips.
So,
Don't be part of everything.
okay. So I want to all right. So that's the story of the Nasdaq right here. I do want to go back to the E-mini S&P though and talk about that really slight roll gap. I have it highlighted in pink here. In your experience, what does history tell you? Does this gap get filled?
Yes. Yeah. What's the prices on that?
So it's roughly we'd have to get down to 06, 6606, 11 to 06. I think it's really small. It's 6611 to 6606, basically.
Yeah, no, we'll trade it. The Nasdaq always, especially Nasdaq, always fills its gaps. It might take a year or 6 months or 6 years, but we'll fill the. Man, we left gaps from 1998 that we didn't fill until 2008, but we filled them.
Okay. So, but that's a whole nother discussion, right? So that's filling a gap. I'm thinking imminent, as in
Oh yeah,
this
sure.
next 6 weeks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Yes, absolutely. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, if we were gonna, Jimmy, if this was like June Expo, June expiration, we'd have been trading by this time this week. We'd be trading five in the Nasdaq. We'd be trading 5, 6, 7, 1,000 points above the quarterly expiration. But we're not. We're churning it, and so that doesn't inspire a whole lot of confidence in me on the upside. The fact that we're churning it makes me think that we're going to start to fill some of these downside gaps and that we've got some downside price action ahead of us. But then again, that's my opinion, and I'm not necessarily going to trade my opinion. If the opening range today is the top of the Nasdaq opening range is 24,704, where we're trading now, well, I'll buy it. In theory, or I'll just let it go and let the rest of you buy it and help you manage it. But I mean, that's the idea, right? Is that I'm going to trade my process and not my opinion.
By the way, at any point in discussion, you see a trade idea or you want to show your charts, just shout it out. We'll pivot over to you.
Okay. I don't know what the hell I just did on the. Okay, there we got rid of.
I'm going to move over to gold too. You mentioned gold earlier this morning. You were all pumped up about it. What are you seeing in gold?
I had some gold on for a minute. I sold the bottom of the opening range at 37.8180 and paid for him at 79 and then scratched them out. And then gold, the top of the opening range was 83.7. I was flipping over my screens and ending our conversation. And plus it was on a number, so I didn't buy those. We're back in the opening range, so gold is telling me that we're not doing anything. Look, I still want to be long gold. I still want to be long. I'd like to really be long silver. I got to find a spot to buy them. If we can make it back down to 41, I'll buy them. I want to be long metals. I am long gold in my retirement accounts and my longer term position accounts. Long from the 28 handle, long from 33.33. I'm long from actual physical gold from well below that. But I want to be long gold. And we made the high of this week at 38.24, I think. I like trading breakouts. So if we take out that level, I'll get long. If the opening range gives us a clear trade, I'll spend some money in it. If there is no clarity, well, I'm going to sit and wait. I'm going to wait for clarity, and just Jimmy, if 90% of traders fail, why do I want to think like 90% of traders? I want to think like the 3% or the 1% of traders that ultimately find freedom. And so I do. Yeah. Did you ever hear of Margie Teller?
Yeah, of course.
Margie Teller was arguably the biggest independent trader in history. 5'2", 5'3", short little blonde lady. And huge. I mean, she was 10% of the Eurodollar open interest for her own accounts. So I was sitting around one day talking with her and a couple of other traders, and Margie looked at me, and I'm feeling, like the kids say, I was feeling myself. I was a big trader in the Nasdaq, and I got to sit with the biggest trader, at least at the Merc, certainly possibly in the business. And Margie said, you're looking at the same support and resistance levels. You're looking at the same moving averages. You're looking at the same charts. What makes you different from you? What makes you different from you? And what makes you different from you? And I thought that, that really struck me. I think everybody else just kind of blew it off, but that really, really stayed with me. What makes me different than this guy, that guy, this guy, that person? Is it the way that my brain works? Maybe how that I can take in a ton of information and act on it decisively very quickly. Yeah. Is it that I don't obsess about my mistakes? I'm able to evaluate myself, evaluate my mistakes without having to beat myself up. Maybe. Yeah. Is it that the tapes that play in my head are positive? I don't call myself an asshole if I had a bad trade, or you schmuck. Oh my God, you're so stupid. I don't do that. I look at the things that I did poorly and how can I improve upon them? What can I do to do better, to be better? Those are the things. All that is what sets me apart. Because, of course, we are all looking at the same charts. We're all looking at the same support and resistance levels. My targets, I don't call them my target support and resistance, but they act as that.
Yeah.
What makes me different? Well, there are some things trading wise that make me different. Sizing up without increasing my risk or significantly so, those sorts of things, protecting myself, those sorts of things. My technical analysis, I don't trust anybody else's technical analysis because I don't know you're looking at the right stuff. I do all of my own work, and except for Jared Atherton, I do trust his, and that's only because I taught him. But the point is that I believe in myself. No matter what happens to me, no matter what happened to me, I always knew I'd be okay. No matter what, I always knew I can make it. I always knew I'd overcome it, even if it was dark and dreary and sad and depressing, and I smoked too much and drank too much. I knew that somehow God would pull me out of that, and the Holy Spirit would illuminate my path, and I'd find my way, and I have. But that self-confidence that I've had in myself never died. It never went away. You guys all have to believe in yourselves in a similar way. Every single one of you have to have that deep-seated self-confidence in you, not ego, but a deep-seated self-confidence that no matter what, I'm going to pick up my cross and I'm going to carry it forward. No matter what, there's going to be Simon of Cyrenes that are going to help me carry my cross. No matter what, I'm going to overcome it. You need to believe that. Otherwise, don't trade. Shut your accounts if you don't. Now, that doesn't mean that that you got to think that you're going to make your fortune today, because part of being a super confident person is to know the market can rally or break 100 points, but it's going to do it without me. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll come back Monday because there's going to be bigger trades for me. There's going to be better trades for me. It just doesn't have to be today.
There's always another day. There's always another day. These things never sleep. I remember when I was an online commodity broker for 20 years, talking to traders all over the globe. And every once in a while, in the old days, it was a little harder to open an account, right? You'd have to fill out the application, maybe send an ID, and there's some things you had to do. So it wasn't just a snap of the fingers and you were ready to trade. Because then after your account was open, you get an account number, you have to fund it. So every once in a while, someone will call me up. Hey, Jim, is my account open yet? I'm going to miss this trade. I don't want to miss this trade. You're costing me thousands of dollars right now. How come my account's not open? And every single guy that does that or gal that did that, those are the folks that just couldn't make it. I mean, there's always another day. There's always another opportunity. You're not missing the once in a lifetime opportunity right this very second, right? It keeps going. These markets never sleep. They've been around since, well, for my whole career, which is quite a long time. So patience and being grounded and just being ready to calm, cool, and collected, that's going to help you way more than just being too overly aggressive.
I have missed some huge moves in my life. 08 and 09 specifically. My mother died, my sister died, my mother-in-law died while the market was dying. And I lost millions and millions of dollars in my prop room. I lost millions of dollars in my investments, and I missed that entire trade. I don't ever think about that. Those thoughts never come into my mind because, during that, I knew that when things, cleared up in my life, that there would be other trades for me. I knew that there'd be something in front of me that I'd be able to take.
Yeah.
I knew that I would overcome whatever obstacles were placed in my life. When I started in this business, my father, as a runner making minimum wage, my father found out I was driving a truck for my uncle, and he said, "You can't drive a truck. You can't make any money doing that. You can't afford to provide for a family." I was 18 years old. And so I went to the Merc because this guy, Pat Gironda, from my neighborhood, was 25, 26 years old at the time, and he was the biggest donor to De La Salle High School where I went. So I went to go do what he did. Anyway, the point, though, is that I told my dad, I said, if I drive this truck, Dad, I'm going to own the trucking company. If I bartend, I'll own the bar. If I'm a waiter, I'll own the restaurant. I will always find a way. I will always find my way. When after I had pissed away, the rest of our money, lost the rest of my money after MF Global took a bunch of it with it. I had no way forward. At least I thought. I didn't know what I was going to do, and I got my first check back from MF Global. My wife and I rented a house in Key Biscayne. We got $85,000 back out of. That was just the first installment out of a couple million. and we rented a house in Key Biscayne. We spent $60,000 of that for a rental for 3 months at Key Biscayne, like two hillbillies. We didn't know that we were getting any more money back, so let's go figure it out. My wife said to me, what are you going to do? I knew at that point I was getting more money back. I thought maybe I'd go to law school. I thought maybe I'd become a therapist. I always wanted to make a difference in people's lives. I couldn't become a priest anymore because I had 5 kids. But, what am I going to do? And she said, listen, when I met you, you're a king of the NASDAQ. Go figure it out. You were the best trader well, she's my wife, but you were the best trader that I'd ever seen. And my wife had worked on the floor for 18 years and she clerked for a lot of people. So, go. It was like the Rocky movie when she said, "Win." She woke up from her coma. I felt 10 feet tall. I believe in you. I didn't believe in myself, but my wife believed in me. That was enough.
Yeah.
Make
Well,
me cry. That was enough for me.
I had a triple whammy, man. First of all, I got whacked on Refco, then
Oh,
MF Global, then PFG Best,
no.
and I wasn't quitting. I was like, all right, well, maybe I'll get some of my money back, maybe I won't, but we're going to keep rolling here because this is what I love to do. And it's going to work out in the long run. And here I am, 62, NinjaTrader, best place I've been. And it paid off.
You got caught in Refco, PFG, and MF.
Yeah.
Holy shit. 3 strikes, man. That is unbelievable. That may have been too much for me. All 3 of them?
MF Global was almost a death blow, but we ended up getting some because we had the FCM then. We ended up getting some capital infusion at the last second to save us because regulators are like, sorry, fellows. But we did it. We pulled it off. We sweated it out, and we got stronger from that.
That was unbelievably bad. That was a terrible time in my life. It was bad because that whole limit flow. Here's another thing about trading is you think you're past something, you think you move past something, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and then trading or this business something's gonna happen and it's gonna kick up dirt on things that you think you're already past. And all of a sudden, like things that happened 10 years ago are all over you again and causing all kinds of mayhem in your mind. And that's what happened to me. MF Global kicked up a lot of dirt on some stuff that I thought that I moved past, from my divorce in '02, '03 to my sister, my mother-in-law's death. And all of that stuff had, to be clear, I married 20 plus years to the absolute love of my life. I was married before for 6 years to the mother of my 2 oldest kids. So anyway, all of that kicked up a lot of dirt on things, and I started to chase that money. And when I started to chase that money, well, I'm ego, not confidence, right? I've always been confident, but all of a sudden I became an egoist. I'm Pax. I can make back that money. It's okay. And now I'm losing, $100,000 a day, and I'm cashing in, a retirement accounts. I'm not telling my wife how bad it is. I'm just losing money hand over fist because I'm chasing money.
Yeah.
Don't chase money. If you take a loss, you stop, reevaluate. Again, like I said earlier, take a look at what you could have done better and then move forward. And maybe moving forward means it's a day or 2 later, but keep your losses to a minimum. Don't do what I did and have a bad trade, chase that bad trade. Now it's a bad day. Now it's a bad week, a bad month, and now you're broke. Don't do those sorts of things because I've done them. I've made every mistake, so you don't have to.
So it's everything you just said. It's like that's why I like Stowe so much. He's very emotional. He won't admit it, but he's very emotional. He's very glass half full. And when something goes wrong, I know he's going to be studying that night. He's going to look back at it and try to figure out technically, analytically, psychologically, what went wrong, and he will do that. And then the next morning he talks about it, alive in front of everybody. He's a humble human being, and he's trying to teach everybody the lessons he's learned. So you guys kind of remind me of each other in a certain way.
So the last week or so, I've been asking people in my group to send me little bios and little notes about themselves, so that I get to know them, better. So I'm driving home last night from dinner with my daughter, and I was thinking about these notes that people left me, and then bing, I get a text on my phone, and it's Stowe. Stowe left me the most beautiful note about what I mean to him, and that that meant a lot to me. I've only met him in person once. We've had a bunch of phone conversations, but it meant a lot to me that he said that to me because it means that my experience has meaning. I've said this to you guys in here is that if I can bring my experience to life for each of you and you can learn from my mistakes, then it was all worth it. And Stowe's message to me last night was one of gratitude and sharing my experience, strength, and hope. And that really made a big difference. So I called him and we ended up talking for like 40 minutes and he's just a phenomenal guy. I was talking to Anthony yesterday after the close, just, like me and Anthony just talk and laugh and bust chops and we were laughing yesterday. He said, Stowe stole one of my lines yesterday. Stowe stole one of your lines. And then you got to go look through the chat and kind of figure out what it is. And I thought, oh my goodness, what is it? I got to find it so I can bust his chops. But I never did look at it. I love that kid. I love Stowe. He reminds me a little bit of me and, but Kane, Leo and Merritt.
Yeah,
What a
they're
group
awesome.
of people. And Tanya, I can't wait to play golf with Tanya. I just love this group of traders, XY and Christian. I mean, I love this group of people. I love these guys.
Well,
Nick,
I get to
all of
meet
them.
y'all. I get to meet y'all for the first time in October.
I feel like I've known you for the last 50 years.
It's crazy, isn't it? I know. I agree. It's nuts. But anyway, I'm looking forward to it for sure. Let's
What,
kind of pivot over real quickly though, because you mentioned silver earlier.
hold on, one thing. I feel like I've known you 50 years, which would make me 5, but you 20 when we met.
Something like that. Something like that.
Sorry. All right,
Oh
go
my
ahead. I'm
goodness.
sorry.
No, that's okay. I know. I try to stay healthy and young by my big thing is walking the dog, right? I love walking the dog. Try to get a couple miles in, and that's working a little bit. So I'm gonna stick with that formula.
Okay, good. Cute. Walking the dog. You remember walking the dog with a yo-yo when you were a kid?
No, it's dogs are a funny thing. I mean, my 14-year-old German wire hair pointer, I had to put her down in
Oh,
February, and it was easily the worst thing that I've ever done. I
oh.
felt so bad. I mean, it was worse than, you know, old Uncle Ernie passed away at 95. He had a great life. It's like, you don't feel that bad. But with the dog, it's different. And then, so I was like, all right, honey, we don't have to worry about a dog anymore. We could travel around on weekends, do whatever you want, blah, blah, blah. And then, my younger son, uh, he rescued a pup that needed rescuing. So we flew out to Arizona. I drove back with this pup, and then my other son moved in with his pup. So now I got two dogs, right? And so I went from 1 to 0 to 2, and one of them sits right up here with me all day, and I literally refer to Napoleon as my best friend. He is my best friend. So I'm just blessed to have him here.
I've never been a dog guy, and I never understood when people say how painful it is when a dog, because we didn't grow up with dogs. And then my mother-in-law had a dog, a Newfoundland chocolate lab, half Newfie, half chocolate lab. That his name was Bear. Every time we went to my mother-in-law Kathleen's house, that dog would jump on me, and I wouldn't go inside the house unless she put the dog in a cage. I mean, I just wouldn't. Well, when my mother-in-law died, my wife said, Jen came to me and said, "Listen, can we take Bear?" I said, "Yeah, where are we taking him?" I thought maybe we take him to the farm, wherever the dogs go on the farm. We're taking him to the farm. She just said to our house, "Yeah, okay, for what? A few days, a week? Yeah, okay, put him in a cage." So anyway, he was no to our house to live with us to be he was like 6 at the time. So came home and that dog, and now not long after, a couple years later after that went broke, and Bear was my best friend, man. That dog sat next to me, loved me. It didn't judge me. I mean, I felt judged by everybody, I felt unlovable, but that dog taught me that I was lovable. I loved him. I loved him. And when it came time to put him down, it was literally one of the most difficult things that I've ever done in my life. So I completely understand. And then, Jen and the kids wanted to get another dog a couple of years ago, and I said, "No, I can't. I cannot go through that again. I can't go through that again." And then last night, we've got a little muddy dog, kind of a labby, pit, sort of whatever she is mix, that just every night after we fall asleep for some reason, she waits for us to fall asleep. She jumps into bed with us and lays in between us at our feet.
Yeah.
Just the sweetest.
Yeah.
dog in the world.
Yeah. Neil Tyson deGrasse said it right. He goes, I want to live my life. I live my life now like I'm a dog. I'm always happy to see you. I want to engage with you. You know, I
Yeah.
sleep, I play, I'm happy. And that was kind of funny when he said that whole little spiel. But
He lived in Breckenridge for a few years and now he lives in Denver and he's got a big lab Debo that Danny whenever we're out someplace, I talk about this a lot. I like talking to people, and we were at a Colorado Rocky game and I ended up talking to the announcer for the Cubs for a while and some other people and Danny said, "Geez, Dad, you're like Debo. You think everybody wants to come up, pet you, and talk to you." Well, don't they? Oh no.
Oh man, that is beautiful. Chad is lighting up with the dog talk. I think Keep has it right. Keep says we think we rescue dogs, but they rescue us. You're right on point.
Yeah.
By the way, to the chat, you guys, thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate everybody being part of NinjaTrader Live, especially on a Friday, easy to take a long weekend. I didn't do any shout outs this morning, but again, it's just you jumped right into it right away. But thank you everybody for being here on this glorious, glorious Friday. Appreciate the thumbs up. We appreciate the subscriptions. We're getting close to that 150,000 subscription mark, and everybody on the channel is just so pumped up about giving stuff away when we hit that. There's a celebratory thing. We're really, really excited about it. And it's really a tribute, not necessarily to us, but to you guys who come to the show every day, listen to the show every day, telling your friends, all that stuff. We thank you for that more than I could ever say. So let's keep it rolling, man. Let's keep it rolling, Pax. Let's get over to silver, though. You mentioned silver before. You said, yeah, you want to be long silver. You're looking for places here. I got a daily chart up on the screen right now, and this is looking just strong as possible. Technically, moving averages are just sloping upwards. Stochastic super strong. There's no retracement whatsoever to even put on the chart here. We're tracking almost $46. What are you thinking here on silver?
Um, I'm thinking that I missed that's something that kind of bothers me. I just got done talking about how things, missing trades don't bother me. This is sort of bothering me. I had planned for years. It was always my intention to get long if we take out that old high of $41 and change. And we did, so we've got a new quarterly pivot. No, not at 45 nine, not a new one, but an old one that we're coming up to 45,964. So 45,964 becomes a price that I'm going to initiate above. Now 49,464, that expiration price or that quarterly pivot goes back to the 80s maybe, or maybe it was 2010, but it goes back a long, long way.
Probably 2009, 2010.
Yeah, 2011. It goes back to January, February, March, April of 2011. So that yeah, because we didn't go. Yeah, that's when we took it out. That's when we made that high. So I'm going to use that quarterly pivot, 45,964, as another breakout point that I can initiate my long position from. If we stop there and we break back down to 40, 40.55, I'll buy him there, or 41 even, I'll buy him there. But I really do feel like I've missed this silver move. And the one thing that I've decided in 2013 when I started trading, on the screens in earnest is if I miss something, to not chase it. It's more important to me to protect myself than it is for me to chase something, and if I end up chasing something, and if I ended up buying them at 43, 44, and I'm chasing the move, and oh, look, I caught it. Look how good I am. It becomes about me. My trading becomes subjective and not objective. It's not about protecting myself in every instance and waiting for my setup. It's about me, trading my money and not my process. And I don't want to trade my P&L. I always want to trade my process. My process tells me I missed it. Wait.
Yeah. No, I mean, and the chart, I mean, look at the chart. I mean, this is, a historic breakout. We took out these mid-September high here. We had a little bit of a tracement going for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and then the 43, 45s got taken out. Not kind of taken out, but a giant crush. This was a breakout to the upside here. We ended up closing on the 22nd. I'll tell you exactly. I'm going to use the middle mouse button on my mouse here. We closed 40. No, that's not right. Is it? Yeah. We closed 44 21. So right then, boom, this is not your ordinary just peekaboo up through the clouds. This is a crush. And then,
Yeah.
sideways action, and then we're doing it again. And a lot of people are looking at 48. I have a fib line up here. This is just a fib extension, basic fib extension, nothing fancy, right? Just south of that $48 level. And after that, you got this psychological $50 as well. So there's possibly some more room here on the upside.
Oh, there's more room. So you look at gold, you look at gold, and we are way overextended. We went so far so fast that gold can break to $200 and still be a buy. Silver was compressed for so long
Yeah.
that either there are a ton of shorts that have not blown out yet, or there are a lot of people that have been on the sidelines waiting for the breakout that still haven't gotten long yet. Open interest has grown, but not hugely so. So
Yeah.
I do think that silver has got a lot more room on the upside,
Yeah.
than before there's a major pullback.
And Tracy and Craig reminds us, hey, gold rallies, silver sometimes kind of straggles, but then makes it up and then some. And I think that's what we're seeing. I think they're right on point on that.
Oh yeah. Now, what's the old high in silver? So Hunt Brothers high was like 41.
Yeah.
Let me see. You got to go back to
I'm gonna say 49 was the 2011, huh?
yeah, like 49.50, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, someplace in there. So yeah, 49.50. So we have a high at 49.820, going back to January of 2011. And then you got to go back to it, depending on what chart you're looking at. We got to go back to the old all-time high of January of 1980 at $50 an ounce. So is it 40? We take out 49.50, and that's where I think ultimately there's going to be huge buying.
Yeah. I mean, not only that, I mean, there's this, this is a commodity that's actually used for stuff.
Stuff, right. It's got actual uses.
Yeah. So there's a demand for it and there's purchasers for it. So, economy seems to be doing well. Atlanta Fed GDP now is what, over 3.5, I think, for the last estimate. So things are moving, man.
Amen to that. Yeah, gold is a definite buy.
Yeah. So are you going to be looking for a trade for us at 9:30?
Yeah, I'm looking for bids to hit and every day, but yeah, maybe there'll be some offers to lift. We'll see. Yeah, absolutely.
Should we switch over to your charts at this point or no?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Let's see some PAX charts. There we go. Now, by the way, your opening range lines indicators are available now. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, we got to start getting those out there because they're free, right? You just download them and put them on.
Yeah. I think they've been listed in the chat already.
Okay.
Hey, listen. Apparently, the opening range indicator has been one of the most downloaded indicators from Ninja for quite a while. So if you guys keep downloading it, I might get a free sweatshirt from Ninja.
You're gonna get a free sweatshirt from me.
It's okay. I mean, really, it's a good thing though, and it's free. So that was the point of the joke is that it's free. So now, just take a look at yesterday. Here's the opening range yesterday. The top of it, I don't even remember what the top of yesterday's opening range was, and I can't see it through the chart. It was six. Oh, I don't even want to say it. It was 60 half. I don't like when I see 3 6s, but it was 60 half. Let's just say it that way. And the bottom of it was 65.54. Now remember, my quarterly pivot is 66.58. So during the rosary in the morning, I was selling. First I bought 66.60s, and then I was selling 66.58s. Somebody had said to me later, "How can you trade at this, same time you're doing something. I said, well, when I was in the NASDAQ, we'd be sitting there talking about our wives or our kids or what we had for dinner. And somebody on the other side would be even on 20 sold. And it would just keep talking. 90 on 50 sold. And they write them down. Yeah, the socks suck. And, oh, we went to Rosebud last night. So I'm used to doing 1,000 things at the same time. And I think I have ADD. So I can certainly, my brain is all over the place, as I think I exhibit already this morning. So the point is that yesterday, my quarterly pivot, that was the day I wanted to trade. I wanted to spend money around that because we were going to move either up to 69.83 or down to 56.85 from this level. So we came down, the opening range was set at 66.54. So that was the day to go big. We came down and we traded to the first target. Look, see this bar right off the open. We came down and traded that first 15 handle swing pretty quickly and easily. Then we stopped, retraced back up to 50, 58, 54, and then we took it out. Now we're looking for an equal distance swing. What the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside, and it will do so in equal measure. And you will see this over and over and over again. So when you see that, we've got clarity. The market broke 15 points, so we know it's going to rally 15 points. It just happens all the time. So I get, long a double unit above 60. I don't even want to say the numbers, but 60F, because now we're going to 75. Well, right up to it, stop just in front of it. 75, 75 is that equal distance swing. And these bars populate, these levels will populate right after the opening range is set. So we stopped there, and then we came back down to the opening range while the market rallied. So I know it's going to break, and I know it's going to do it in equal measure. The market broke 15 points. Rallied 15 points, came back to the opening range, double unit, because now we're going to break another 15 points. And if it takes out this swing, we can expect another equal distance swing, which takes us down to 66.24. So we came down through the opening range, and it was a quarterly pivot. So boom again, short a bunch, paid for him at 50 quarter, take profit at 39 quarter, add more underneath it, pay for him at 26. If we take that out, I'm going to add more underneath it, but we didn't. We got back to it. So I flattened up runners here, and I took money on offers here, and then the market came back to the opening range, and I went and played golf and worked out.
Yeah, that was a nice touch of that second part of the double bottom. That was a perfect touch for you.
It was. Now listen, I'm not looking to trade for these 15 handle swings on a daily basis. I don't have the energy, I guess. And I don't have, I just don't have I don't like living in that tension anymore. I've got heart issues and shit, and I need to pay attention to that, which is, when I came out of the hospital with my AFib, Anthony said, you got to stop trading. Well, I'm not going to stop trading, but I am going to tail it back. So I'm not looking to trade these 15 handle swings like this unless it's really clear and unless we're at macro zones or we're at quarterly pivots. Because I know when I look back on a chart in another month or even a couple of weeks, and we're trading at 69.80 or 69.83, or we're trading at 56.85, I'm going to say, man, I wish I was long or short from there more than what I am. I'll have positions on. So yesterday was the day that I'm going to take those swings because I'm waiting for the market to get above it and rally, or for it to get below it and break. And all we're doing is churning it. We're trading at 66.79 right now. So we're churning that 66.58 level. We're 20 handles above it, so it's trying to rally. All right, let's see what the opening range is going to give us. So these intraday swings are something that I'm trading less and less, waiting for these bigger moves like we had in February and in March and April. When we broke from 61.66 to 48.34.
So now your opening range levels, you have to apply them to an intraday chart, right?
Yes, this is a 15-minute chart. You can always change it to, you can change the interval. If you're looking at a 5-minute, here's what it looks like in a 5-minute from, oh my gosh, look at that. It'll populate in a second, but what day is that? That's today. So here's yesterday, you can see it on a 5-minuter. And you can see how clean that was on a 5-minute chart. You can change it to a daily, and it gives you a different look. And I don't make trading decisions based off of charts ever. It can change it to a 30-minute and you're going to get the same basic look. I don't make trading decisions based off of charts. I already know where I'm going to trade before the market opens, and I know that I'm going to be long above the opening range and short below it. I don't ever look at an intraday chart and overlay it and think to myself, well, I'm gonna buy this, whatever this is, and I'm gonna sell this, whatever that is. I know that an upside target for me today is going to be 91 to 93. Um, and that's actually going to correspond with the opening range. Well, if we open here at 79, that's going to be 15 handles above. So I've already got that technical analysis done in the S&P. And I know on the downside, I'm going, 20 handles. So if we break from here, I'm looking for 66.58. That's what, one of the things I call a flatten zone, my quarterly pivot. So I'm going to take the money at 66.58. We get below it, I'm going to be, I'll be short. I'll be short a lot. I was going to say something uncensored, but I'll keep my trap shut there.
I think it is Uncensored Fridays, by the way. I can't, so go ahead.
If we take out 66.58 during the trading day, I'll be short balls, man. Balls to the wall.
All right,
Let's
here we
go.
That's better.
I mean, really, that's a flatten zone. So we make it down there. The only time that I would ever consider fading the opening range is when we get down to 66.58. I'm going to flatten, and depending on the way that we trade there, I might actually get long there. Now, I'm not a good reversal trader, and part of the reason I'm not a good reversal trader is because I tell myself I'm not a good reversal trader, but I'm not a good, remember the tapes I was talking about earlier, the planar mind. So I don't like where the Nasdaq is trading right now. All these sixes.
Yeah. By the way, on reversals, there's in my whole career, there's always been this reverse button on trading ladders. And I've always said, and I believe this, it's like it's just it shouldn't be there, right? Because a lot of times traders who don't know better, they're just, oh, I'm wrong, it's going the other way, I'm gonna hit the reverse button. And then it goes the way that they originally it was going, and like, oh shoot, I was right the first time, I'm gonna hit the reverse button. And you're churning right now. You're just churning your account, you're paying the brokerage from commissions.
Yeah. Is that what this button is down here? Rev? Is that what that means?
Yes.
Oh,
Don't click that.
I thought that was for me because I was going to be a priest. I have no idea what that means, and I would never use
Father packs. That might be better than Uncle packs. Father packs. I like that.
When I came back from the seminary and I went back onto the floor, could you imagine the ball busting I got then?
Oh my goodness.
Father Mulcahy, the guy that I worked for, called me Father Mulcahy. I hated that. Father Mulcahy.
But you kept your faith. You kept your faith. You didn't do that, but you kept your faith. So you're basically in the right spot right now.
Well, I kept my faith to some degree or another. God kept his faith in me, and that means more to me than anything. Because like my wife believing, like I was telling the story about Key Biscayne, my wife believing in me before I can believe in myself. God was always faithful to me, even in the most important times when I wasn't necessarily faithful to him. And that is that that's something.
Yeah.
That's something.
That's everything, man.
Yeah. True that. Brunelli. Yeah, I like Brunello. Yeah.
True that, as the youngsters say.
Andre Camalia lives in Italy, so he's gonna tell me that he's gonna like Brunelli and Cucinelli first. Ferragamo. I bought it. Yeah. All right, Andrea. Yeah. Big
Dude, the food there is so good. I gotta say, it's everyone's like, oh, you're gonna go and visit all the monuments and all the history. I'm going for the food, man.
You go to just like a little pastaria on the street, and it's going to be delicious.
Delicious.
Yeah, and healthy.
You don't feel full. You don't feel like I gotta take a nap. You don't feel. You just feel great.
Did you lose weight when you were there?
Yeah, but we walked because we did a lot of walking, and then we spent most of our time in Taormina, which is in Sicily, and it's on a hill, so you're up and down stairs like a lot, and so yeah, I definitely lost weight.
Yeah, but you ate like a priest, prophet, and king too.
Yes.
So if you would have eaten like that in the U.S. and then walked like that in the U.S., you would have probably put weight on.
Yeah. So the one dish that I didn't think I'd like that I did, because when you ever get it in the States, it's not as good. It's crudo. It's basically raw fish, right? Cut up in a certain way. It's called crudo, and it was the most delicious appetizer If you haven't had it, you might be like, "Oh, I'm not eating that," but it was awesome.
Yeah, I don't know that I can eat that. I
You
eat
would,
sushi.
I
Is it the
promise you
same as
would eat it.
sushi?
Well, it's not rolled in rice and any of that stuff. It's just literally, cut slivers of fish. I mean, you've had sardines and anchovies probably, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, but that
Anyway,
I don't
I
know.
mean, you get the seafood in Sicily, right? You get all the fish
Yes, but I can
that
eat.
they have. You get the octopus, you get the squid, you get the crawfish looking like things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can eat that. I can eat the bejesus out of that, as the Irish say.
Yeah. There you go. The bell's going to ring here in about 14, 13 seconds.
All right, let's go. I'm ready. All right, we're opening in the middle of nowhere, so that makes me not want to spend any dough on this. But we've got a clear shot down at 58 and a clear shot down to uh, looks like opening print is 73F. So clear shot down to 58 and a clear shot up to 91. So that makes me want to take a couple of trades. Tape is sort of choppy.
And you're looking at a 30-second opening range, right?
Yeah. So it'll populate. The opening range is going to populate on here in a second. The top of it is going to be 74 quarter, and the lows of it is going to be 69. 74 quarter, 69.
There you go.
And NASDAQ is breaking. Center, 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 center. I got the camera in the middle of it. I'm having a hard time seeing past the camera. All right. Oh, I missed them. Watch the NASDAQ. 69 is equal 08 half. Okay, oh, fucking stop down. So watch this. 69 equals 08 half in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is trying to break, down 4 points. The S&P is just churning the 69 level. So I've scratched one. I've taken one expense. Thanks. Okay. All right, 74 quarters the high. It didn't try to do anything, so there's no clarity. NASDAQ opening range is what? Is that?
Looks the same.
656 to 616. So 16. Okay, so nothing. Nothing. Did we have Barker? We had a Fed speaker at 8, right? So nothing there. We got numbers at 9 Central, so 10 Eastern. Oh
Yeah,
God. We just rallied and I wasn't paying any attention to it. All right, there we go. We're above 74 quarter. Shite. All right, 74, 5, 6, 7, 8. 78 quarter is another spot that I can enter. That's what I call the pay line. All right, so those of you in my group, and all of you guys in my group, hopefully you're long at 74 quarter. And then here's the pay line. I don't know if they traded enough for you to get paid or not. All right, long the pay line. Oh man, that was all right. Who's long and paid? Shit, I got stopped out again. Who's long and paid? Which one of you are long and paid? All of you guys should be long and paid, or many of you, if you were paying attention. I wasn't fucking paying attention. Son of a bitch, this is easy. Hell no, I'm not going to say that. That was easy. God bless it. I wasn't paying attention to the 74 quarter and the 80, the pay line at 78 quarter. I gave up. I put my scratch stop in a little bit too fast, and now they're running. All right, well, fuck it, I'm flat. All right, so the rotation. Listen, the rotation is 89 quarter. Okay, so my next point of entry is going to be 88.90. So I always see here 60, 66, 89 quarter. So we're above the opening range, 74 quarter. We're above the pay line. So we will trade up to this level at 88. We will trade. So we go above 80, 89 quarter is the rotation. I always use it. The traders in my group know to take profit in front of it, 88-ish. Now we are going to use 88.90 as another version of the opening range. So if you are flat If this market's got any legs, it's going to get above that 91 quarter or that 91 target that I had talked about earlier, that 91 technical level that I have, which matches up with the 15 handle rotation.
So if it does get up there, you're not getting short there. You're looking to go long.
No, I will never fade the opening range. I will absolutely get long at 88.90. Yes. And we're getting pretty close. So let me look at the chat real quick to see who's long and paid. Long and paid, long and paid, long and paid. Okay, good. Everybody is. Whistleblower, Sash, Jorge, AJ, Dominique, David. Well done. Well done, all of you. Long and paid. Well done. Well done. Well done. Now you got your offers in at 88. You can look at. You want to? We'll trade there. The Nasdaq is. That rotation, 65 handle rotation in the Nasdaq is 721. So keep your eyes here, okay? 88s. 87 and a half is close enough. Take profit on this shit. If you're flat here, we're gonna bang them out here, baby. I hate being long, but let's get. God, I didn't say 87 halves quick enough, did I? Did I?
You said it. You
Okay.
said it quick enough.
All right, so all right, now here we go. Here we go. So those of you in my group that are long from the opening range at 74 quarter, you've taken profit. This is an easy breakout. That was an easy peasy lemon squeezy breakout. And I'm sitting here with my schmeckel in my hand. I'm gonna mess that too.
There you go.
All right, 80, 88, 89, anywhere in here. NASDAQ is 721. NASDAQ is lagging. The S&P has got these 88s. So I don't think we're going to take out this 88 level. You know what? It is the S&P is the one that's leading. So let's see. Oh, Manaj, that was easy. So, all right, who took profit up here? Who took profit? I can't believe I missed that shit. God, that was easy. George, I'd be the GOAT if I was long 100. All right, yes, at 89 quarter. Yeah, but right, it went. That's a good point. The S&P traded exactly to the 15 handle rotation. See, I'm not making this shit up, you guys. You guys are all looking at fair value gaps and 15-minute, 5-minute, 30-second overlay with this chart and that chart and stochastics and RSI and this shit and that shit and all of it's gobbledygook. The S&P trades from the opening range to the 15 handle rotations daily, all the time. You just saw it in real time. It's every day. I'm not making this up. This is how the algorithms trade. How do I know? Because I was the algorithm. I was such a big trader that I moved the NASDAQ with my own money. So I know how the inner workings of these markets work. Oh,
So,
it was just
so Pax, talk about stop management because you keep your expenses very, very tight in probably the most volatile part of the day.
well, because yeah, all right. So NASDAQ did not get to its 65 handle rotation, did it? No, it didn't. So I don't like, especially at this part of my life and this part of my career, I don't like losing money. I don't like losing money. I'll spend money, but I won't lose money. So, you know, oh, God bless it. Not that shit. I'm long in the wrong spot, but let's see what happens. So I'm going to take an expense like that. I think I bought 87 amps and then I scratched from 87.75s, but then I got out. But, you know, to me, I should never spend more than what this can bring out a whole new conversation. I should never spend more than what I can make at the pay line. So 4 points, the opening range is 74 quarter. I'm going to pay for my trade at 78 quarter, 4 points. So if I buy a 4 lot, I'm going to sell 1 at 78 quarter. Now that is to remove my risk. It's not to take profit. When I pay for my trade, it's removing my risk. It's not taking profit.
By the way, Pax, we're almost back up to 66.90 now.
Oh shit! Here we go. NASDAQ's got to trade 721, but it's not getting there easy. So that's making me less. It's making me more reticent to not be long here in the S&P. The fact that they're not moving, that the NASDAQ cannot get to 721. So those of you guys in my group that are long, you've taken profit here and you've paid for your trade and you've taken profit, you can take another one off. You can always put it back on above that. I would like, if the NASDAQ got to 721 and was flirting with 721, trying to get above that, then I'd say stay long half your unit. But we're not getting above. You see what I mean? So you can take another one off someplace in here. Now we go 90 bid, you can put them back on. So take the dough. Now NASDAQ gets to 721 and the S&P takes out 90. Then you go from being, if you bought a 4 lot from the opening range, you sold one at the pain line, you sold one up here, you can sell another one someplace in here. We go 90 bid, you can buy 4 more. So then you're long 5. You have no risk on them. So that goes back to your question, Jimmy, is I don't like taking risk, but I will spend money. I am much more aggressive on the short side than I am on the long side, especially, when I feel like we're completely overextended up here. Okay, here we go. Now, by the way, in these little intraday rallies, the NASDAQ leads. I'm sorry, the S&P leads. The NASDAQ leads on the downside. The S&P for, since June has been leading on the upside. Just intraday, not in the broader sense, because when the market does get up and go, the NASDAQ has bigger percentage moves. So, I'm always going to keep my expenses tight. I would rather miss a move than to lose money. Now, look, if I'm going to trade like everybody else, I'm going to buy 90s and I'll put my stop in underneath 88. Let's see how that works out for me. Now, I bought 90s there. See, I got screwed on them. I bought 90s, and they went 90 quarter bid, 90 half bid, 90 75s trade, and I could have and should have scratched those. That would have been an expense. Buying 90s and selling 88s, well, that's a loss. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point.
So I don't mind the expense, but I'm not a big fan of loss.
Yeah.
So I'm going to buy 90s. That market needs to go 90 quarter bid, half bid, 75s trade, and then they come back down. By that time I should be selling 90s as it comes back down, which is another reason why I trade on the DOMs and not on charts. So, I have that agility to get in and out quickly.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, I like the expenses. Nick would call it paper cut, but I like the expenses.
well, you got to limit your paper cuts because you can die death of 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah.
So that's what I talk about my 2x4. So back to your original question, coming out of the opening range, I'm willing to spend in markets where I'm willing to spend money. I'm willing to spend what I can make at the pain line. So if I buy a 4 lot, by the time I pay for the trade, I'm up $800. I should never, ever spend more than $800 on a 4 lot. If you spend more than $800 on a 4 lot, you're over trading. There are going to be days where I'll say, I'm willing to spend half of what I can make at the pain line. So now that enables me to trade bigger size. So, if I'm trading on my regular account, I'm going to trade, yesterday I was trading 16 lot units. Because I'm going to be right or right out, RORO, it allows me to leverage up futures a little bit more. But I have to be very disciplined in how I do that. Only 2 attempts.
Oh man, we're almost 90 bid again.
I know. I just looked at that, but NASDAQ is not even close to 721.
Yeah.
Now, I am having a hard time buying them up here. Anybody in my group ad here? This is a good ad. Anybody in the PAX group buy them here? Who added? I know that there's a delay in the chat, but let me know who's added here.
Deep Sleeper bought the 87s.
This guy's shorting them. You tell you. All right. Where are you wrong, Avi? Where are you going to get out? Jamie added, Danny added, Dre, long 83s. Okay, good. Dre Saunders, how many did you buy at 83? And how are you managing? Dre Saunders, how many did you buy at 83 and how are you managing it? Avi is getting wrecked. This market is not going lower. Now we're going to 04. So those use that added at 89, 88, 90, you're going to take profit at 04. Now, NASDAQ's still not getting to 721. So leave your scratch stops and pay for them up here someplace. If you're long 88, 90s, pay for them. sell a quarter of your new unit. All right, Dre, you bought a 6 lot. Did you pay for your trade to remove your risk? Did you take profit on them? So if you're long 6 and you've got 10 points into it, you should have taken something off. All right, good lad, good man, good. Now, hey, listen, where's your stop? Here's another question. Where's your stop? Manaj, we're back down to 90. Where's your stop, Dre? No, where's your stop, your sell stop? Heading down to 584 equal lows. I don't know what that means. What does equal lows mean? What do you mean by that? Where's your stop at, Trey? 75. No, you've locked in 10 points at least on some of it, right? You're long 6. You've taken. I'm trying to help Dre manage his positions like I do. Now you've paid for your trade. You've taken something off, right? I don't know how many you bought. So if you bought 6, you should have 3 left. Leave your stop in for a scratch. Don't turn a profitable trade into a loss. So if you bought 83s, your stop should be 83s now. You see what I mean? You've taken profit, hopefully someplace up at 90, 94, maybe paid from at 88, taken profit at 90, 94, scratch, stop in. Okay, do not turn a profitable trade into a loss. Now we come back down to the opening range. I will sell the shit out of them. If we come down to the opening range, my guys, I will be fancy.
So give us a number there, Pax.
74 quarter. We make it back down to 74 quarter, which is the top of the opening range. I will get fancy, which means it's just a stupid way of me saying that I will sell the top of the opening range and sell the bottom of the opening range, because the market rallied 15 up to what the hell is a high is like what 95 7. All right, so 89 and 90. It's 26 points. So 54, it'll take us down to 48. Equal distance swing. What the market does on the upside, the market will in fact do on the downside. A cardinal rule, like a cardinal sin of trading would be to never turn a profitable trade into a loss. And don't sell rallies. Don't pick a top, even on a shorter time frame. Don't pick bottoms. You make it about you. You make it subjective. Remember, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Something might work 990 times out of 1,000. Last 10 times it don't work, you're going to get it shoved in your ass, and that doesn't feel right. It's shoved in your ear, and that doesn't feel right.
It's looking strong, man.
Yeah, well, we're above the opening range. We're above the first 15 in a rotation. I wouldn't sell them with my ex-wife's money.
Oh my God.
We get below the opening range, I will sell the we get back into the opening range, I will sell the shit out of them. All right, now
Yeah, you might not get the opportunity.
No, Manaj. So anybody buying back at 90? That was a nice reload. 88.90. That was a very nice reload there. I didn't. I was looking for. I was already counting my money on the equal distance swing to the short side. Do you see what I mean? Now look that's an important point. I've never seen a bid that I have not wanted to hit. I love being short, and I'm a much better short than I am a long. So what happens? Those of you in my group, what happens when we rally? For me, I mean, I quite often miss rallies. I don't need to be part of everything, but if we were breaking, I can tell you I'd be short, and I'd be short more than 4. All right, Jamie's bought 88. All right, good, Jamie. Jamie, take something off here, and then 04, you're going to take profit. 02, 04. Okay, so 67, 02, 04 is going to be the next level that we're going to take profit at, and that we're going to initiate longs at. AK, I don't pay any attention to that. 1% of your account or 2% of your account. I don't know. I don't think in terms of that. I don't think in those terms. Again, I should never spend more than what I can make at the pay line. So, I don't risk money. So I will never risk a portion of my account on a trade ever, never. Period. I mean, I'm right or right out. So if I buy 90s, it's got to go 90 quarter bid, 90 half bid, 91 bid for me to keep the trade. If it doesn't, I'm out.
Uh,
So
so, so, so Crystal, PAX does 30 seconds, and what you're seeing on his chart right now is available actually on NinjaTrader. You could download it if you're using the NinjaTrader desktop platform.
right here, right here. Short life. That's not even funny. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of funny. My stop is when the broker calls me. If he doesn't call, we're good. If he calls, well, yeah.
It's all automated now. When I first started as a broker in that business in the early 2000s, even before that, it was you had to call everybody like 5 minutes before the close, and usually they'd answer the phone and say, "Okay, I'll get out." Every once in a while, they didn't.
We had a guy on the floor. We had a guy. His badge was commish. Everybody, his short little Irishman. Great guy, great dude. But when he walked onto the trading floor, everybody that had big positions on or margin or were debit ducked they scurried like rats into the corners or ducking the commish. It was hilarious.
Yeah,
Where you
yeah,
going? Where you go? You're sitting there talking to a guy. Where you going? Oh,
yeah.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Then you see Frank Madden come walking up. Oh, that was always funny.
Yeah. No, I mean, for the FCM's got to put the cash up for your position overnight if you don't have enough
Yeah.
CME group margin. So that's why I don't like it. It's one or two guys that happens. Okay, no big deal. But when you have, hundreds of guys on your book doing it, that's a spicy meatball for overnight funds.
It's a arrabbiata meatball. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's an angry meatball there. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Some of the guys that I backed, Paxy's, Emilio is short. I had a guy that was always short in every rally. He was short. Emilio, oh my God, look at that. We traded 98 and somebody came in and swept the book down. Anyway, so Emilio's short. Something's going on. And he's debit. Emilio's short and he's debit. All right, just I'll cover it. And then I go find Emilio. What the hell are you doing to yourself, dude? All right, sure. We're going lower, are we? Okay. Then I would remind him that you're not doing it to you, you're doing it to me. I have to cover your debit, you schmuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Now everything's automated pretty much. So.
Well, that was interesting. We traded up to 98 quarter, and then they came down and washed the book. NASDAQ still has not reached. Wait, did the NASDAQ make it to 721? I don't think so. NASDAQ failed. NASDAQ got up to 15. So close enough. All right, so anybody long NASDAQ, I should have said this. The target in the NASDAQ I should have said this, and I'm sorry. The target in the NASDAQ is going to be 10 points wide. All right. So 721, you can use 15 to 25. Like in the S&P, I use 2 points wide. So the target in the S&P is 88.90, or it's 02, maybe not 02, 0305. You're going to use 0305. So you're going to use, 2 points around that level. In the NASDAQ, you're going to use 10 points around that level. So you could take in profit. If you're long from 656, or you're long from that's the OR. If you're long 656, you can take profit at 15, at 715. I should have said that. I apologize for not saying that. I don't like when people say things in retrospect. Oh, well, no, I mean, say it either before it trades there or just remind everybody.
So, Pax, I'm going to answer for you. For Dan asked, do you pay any attention to the 30-minute opening range?
There is no 30-minute opening range. That's made up. There is no 30-minute opening range. Somebody made that up.
Some fake news at some point.
Yeah. Well, the opening range has been clearly defined by CME, CBOT, NYMEX, COMEX as the opening range is the first 30 seconds, high and the low of the first 30 seconds. It's been clearly defined since, I don't know, 1860s. Lumen,
I'm not that old.
Me either. Lumen, sometimes I feel that old. Missing this rally actually was so easy, and making anyway, make that sort of shit makes me feel old.
But don't be hard on yourself. I mean, we were streaming. You've got the software going, the stream. You're listening to me ask questions. You got the chat going. It's not easy. It's not easy.
I can do more than one thing at a time.
Well, you're better than me then.
It's also a rally, and I'm not real aggressive in rallies, but we're above 658. I said before the open that, as long as we're above that, we want to trade it from the long side. Now, what else is? Oh, Lumian asked about adding. I'll talk about Lumian. I'll talk about adding as we do it. I hesitate in going into any real detail in it because I don't know anything about you. I don't know if you're on your last $5,000 and and you're looking to pop off and double up and triple up, and then instead of me being part of your journey in a positive way, then I become the reason that you blew up, and I'm not going to do that. Or you're on your last 50 grand, Pax is adding at 90. Well, fuck it, I'm going to add at 90, and you end up going from a 4 lot to a 50 lot. I always hesitate in doing that when somebody asks me specifically, because then it just makes me feel like I might end up hurting that guy. There's a real progression to learning how to be good at this business. There's a real progression to learning how to be a long-term profitable trader. And first you have to learn how to break even. Then you have to learn how to make a little bit of money. Then you learn how to exploit your money. You learn how to add to your positions. And I don't know where you are in that journey. I don't know if you've even gotten to the break even phase, let alone into the profitable phase. And when you're consistently profitable, then you can start to learn how to add to your positions, learn how to add to your profit. Please don't ever add to a loss. Like dollar cost average on a trade as traders, don't ever do that. Don't ever add to a loss.
Never do that.
No, I mean, when you're in your investment accounts, maybe, right? I mean, you got a dollar cost average into Tesla. All right. I don't even do
for
that.
day traders. I've seen so many over again because of my previous position. I was able to see people's positions and what they were doing at headquarters behind the scenes, and the folks that were doing the martingaling or some variation of the martingaling, we knew what was going to happen. It was just the train is coming down the track, and then there's a break in the tracks. It's going off. It's going to crash. This is every single time, and it was we'd be calling the guy up and saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't do this. But no, when they did it, sure enough, disaster struck.
You might, and getting away with that, like 800 times is going to kill you, because when it doesn't work, you're going to get destroyed.
Right, exactly right. Maybe it works a couple times, but don't do it.
Rahul, when you reverse your position, do you double up? Sometimes, Rahul, if we come down. I'm not going to get short until we come back down to the opening range. And in this, we've already rallied almost 30 points. So if we come back down to the opening range, you can bet your keister I'm going to double, triple up on the short side. So if I'm trading a 4 lot, I'll be short 12. But it depends on the circumstances. And part of the reason that I would do that is because I fully believe that underneath the opening range, we're trading back down to not just to 66.58, the quarterly pivot, but also back down to yesterday's opening range low, which is the 15-handle rotation at 66.54. So yeah, I would sell the bejesus out of that.
So Pax, if this goes 74 quarter offer, then you're going to start looking to get short.
Yes. I'm not going to get short anywhere in between here and the opening range. I don't fade markets. It's more important to me to protect myself. Look, I'm up a tremendous amount of money for the year. It's more important that I protect myself in every circumstance, on every day, on every trade, than it is for me to, try to squeeze another 15 points out of something. And then I spend physical capital, emotional capital, and spiritual capital. I want to keep that shit in the bank. So when there is something for me to do, I'm going to do it, and I'll do it big. I'm not a good reversal trader, and I'm not a very good long. Like in the Ninja Cup, in the Ninja competition, if we have 100-handle break, during that competition, nobody will come close to beating me. I will win that competition. If we trade back and forth in a 15 handle, 30 handle rotation, I won't do shit. I won't even come close to winning it. If we rally, I won't come close to winning that either. But we break 100 points, I can guarantee you nobody will come close to beat me.
Oh, we're getting you in the next challenge for sure, Pax. By the way, hey, we got XYZ Chris in the house as well. Hey, guys.
Morning.
Hey
Morning.
guys.
Hey, fellas.
Morning, Pax, Jim.
Good morning. Good morning. Christian, how are you, kiddo?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Good. Good to hear it.
I'm grateful that everybody in my group seems to be making a shit ton of money, even though I sat and watched that rally take off and do nothing with it.
I'm telling you, Pax, it's not easy. When the very first time I did it, you've only done this a couple times within the live stream where you're managing two domes, you're managing your charts, you're managing the camera, you're doing all this stuff. Chris and XYZ, they do this every day. They're pros, they're great at it, but it takes a little getting used to. So I'm gonna put that in this bucket right now.
Wait, there was another question I don't want to get to real quick. What if you?
But hang on, Pax, just real quick before you get to that question. You saw that little pop up for the subs, everybody on the stream. Appreciate subscriptions. We're getting close to 150,000. We're going to do it together as a community. I know we could do it. I know a lot of you guys have already subscribed. We are thankful for that. Thank you very much. But don't be shy. Tell some friends. Phone a friend. Say, hey, get in here and subscribe. These guys are fun. These guys are at least a little bit entertaining and educational as well. So thank you for this thumbs up also for the likes, everybody. Really, really appreciate that. So sorry, Pax. Go back to the question.
That's all right. Avi had asked about what about overbought conditions? On what time frame? Overbought conditions. The market has been overbought since March of 2009. The market has been overbought since December of 2018. The market has been overbought since October of 2022. The market has been overbought my entire career, and yet we are at 67 even. So, what time frame am I going to determine that the market is overbought, and what trades am I going to make and what period am I going to make an RSI based trade? I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So on that's a great point. I mean, I use on the dailies, I have just the stochastics up, and I don't care if it's overbought. If it's over 80, I don't care. I'm thinking of it in terms of strength, right? Over 80 for a long period of time is a strong market. Under 20, it's a weak market. What happens in the middle? Maybe a little more interested in, but I hear you with that overbought, oversold. I'm with you on that.
So here, those you guys in my group, you guys are you've taken profit at 02 or 03. Remember we were talking about 04 quarters the next rotation. So we've got that rotation. Look how clean this opening range was. So easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Once we got above 89 quarter, you had to work for that a little bit. Above 89 quarter, it rallied up to 90 something and then came back down, and then gave us another bite at that apple. So you buy 88.90s and boom, now we're trading at the next 1500 rotation. So you've taken profit here at 03, you're gonna add above 05, or maybe you're taking profit at 02, you add above 04. Either way, you take profit in front of the 04 quarter level and you're gonna add more above it to the upside. How do you add to your position without adding to your risk where you're long 74 quarters? You're long 88.90s. You have no risk you have no risk in the broader sense to your to the beginning balance your statement. Now you're going to my goal every morning is to protect the beginning balance of my statement period. If my statement says I got 100,000 in there, that's not risk capital. I'm willing to spend some of that to make more. So if I make $5,000 in that trade, that becomes my new beginning balance. I'm willing to spend 1,000 in that 5,000 and try to make another 5. But I'm not going to blow that $5,000. Kind of like what I was saying to the trader earlier. I think his name was Saunders. I forget his name. Who's long 83s. Once you take profit on that trade, you pay for your trade and you take profit on that trade. That becomes your new beginning balance. You can spend some of that to try to make more on the upside, but don't ever turn that into a loss. So if you're up $2,000 on the trade, that's not what you're willing to risk to make another 5. Risk maybe 500 that 2,000 to try to make another 2 or 3. You see what I mean? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Well, Pax, you were awesome as usual. Let's go around the horn here. XYZ, what are you thinking about this morning?
Pretty indecisive right now for me. They're testing higher, they're testing back in the range, they're going higher, they're going back in the range. So I'm just waiting around right now. I'm leaning bullish for now, just because of the higher time frame. We did make a down move yesterday, but It looks like the market could definitely still poke higher, so I'm just gonna wait around till I
Did
have
you
a
did you stay
good
up all
picture.
night?
No, I tried to get as much sleep as I can. I'm still pretty tired, but I feel a lot better than yesterday.
Well, great job yesterday. Appreciate you, man. That was a long haul. You guys all did awesome.
I'm
So it was
hoping, so we'll find out today if the green streak will die
all
because
right.
I'm coming off of some interesting trading yesterday,
Yeah.
trying to make some big points, but we're getting back to the process today. It should be okay.
Yeah. Chris, what are you thinking?
I think as long as we can hold yesterday's low, I mean, this is a little bit more of a higher time frame, but we had a 3-day pullback. We corrected sideways overnight, and we're attempting higher. If we can continue to hold, then we can continue to see higher. But to me, this is like a two-way market where we're going to be ping-ponging up and down. So it's there's a little bit of divergence here. ES moved up into prior day high, and Q didn't really even break this morning's news high. So it might just be a range bound and more of that two-way market that I talked about.
Got it. All right, all right. Well, Pax, thanks so much, man. I love Fridays. I love being with you on a Friday. Hopefully you have some nice, relaxing plans for this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully we do. I don't know what in the hell we're doing.
We got to ask, is this Mrs. Pax category?
Yes. I'm sure she's told me like 25 times. I just, I'll ask her later on. Hey, honey, what you want to go for dinner tonight? Well, we're going to. Oh shit, sorry. So I don't know. We've got Florida coming up with all of you guys. I can't wait to meet all of you face to face. Chris, I can't wait to hug you. And XY, I can't wait to meet you, kiddo. I think we have a lot in common. I think you and I have a lot in common.
Hey, you could teach me some things.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you can teach me some things too. We're never done learning. Um, but I also have 2 college visits coming up. I've got 2 kids in college, and so we've got 2 college visits coming up. So that'll be fun. And I'm going to go see my brother and his wife in Arizona, and Anthony and I talking about getting together in some places. So that'll be fun.
All right, all right. Well, listen, Pax, awesome as usual. I'm going to dip into the chat right now. Let's let these 2 young men do their thing and trading the open.
Get after it, guys.
Thanks, Pax.
See you
You have a
guys.
good weekend.
You too, lads. Thank you. God bless you both. Nobody fights alone.
Yep. All
They said it's a
right.
West Coast Friday, baby.
West Coast to best coast. Don't forget it,
Same boat,
guys.
you and I. Just pretty indecisive market right now.
Yeah. Yesterday's low, I was all over it, and now we're sort of bouncing into some overhead resistance, and it makes sense to see this like two-way market here as price figures itself out.
Yeah, every time we test upside, they don't last too long. It's not really convincing. I was interested in this. We did get on the 1 hour. We had a decent candle, and then we had this candle afterwards, this good follow-up. So I was thinking maybe they'll extend this. They did test this downside range again, and then just nope, edge of this node here, and it's a wrap. So super indecisive to me. There's no clear picture.
Let me share my trade plan for the chat. Hey, Shab. Yeah, Shab's the West Coast. All right, guys. So I'll share this 4-hour chart as we wait here for a trade idea. But we had for those of you guys who follow my trend structure, we had a trend completion on the 4-hour, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, into the daily 20 EMA. So that's usually where we find a bottom, and I was all over this bottom. I only had 2 trades yesterday, and it was buying those lows. And so the idea is that once you combine a lower time frame trend completion into a higher time frame support, well, there's now a higher probability that we're going to bounce and reverse, right? The strength of that reversal will depend on other factors, but you completed a downtrend on a lower time frame into a higher time frame support. That triggers a reversal. We saw that yesterday. We held these lows and we pushed up higher. So on the 4 hour, we're sort of ending this 9MA downtrend. And the idea here was a weekend bounce to prior day high. I mean, ES did hit that just a little bit shy of prior day high. So that's what I was looking for in NQ here. And now it's back into that overnight breakout to see if it can hold. However, if we go to the hourly here and the trade plan that I have for today, the internal structure of that 4 hour sort of 9MA trend completion. This is the lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, third lower low. Then we formed a wedge, if you guys know that structure for me, and where we attempted a new hourly 9MA uptrend. So the idea here was if we could hold the breakout, any higher low here, we can push up to 800 prior day high. You can see that we're failing that now. So if we are failing that and we cannot reclaim it, we're going to be starting scenario 2, which is a pullback into London's low, this 570s area. And if that doesn't hold, we can maybe see a daily higher low attempt against this into 500, which I will consider buying. But we won't know if we'll get there until we break below the overnight low. As of now, we do have a failed breakout in NQ. We really need to reclaim this 650s area to then understand or have more information that we're going to hold and move back up into that 800 prior day high. If we cannot, we'll just fall scenario 2. So it's a little bit of a mixed range right now with this failed breakout, and just have to wait and see what happens. Hey, Tracy. You're looking for a long XY?
Yeah, this friend in the chat. How do you know? I tried a long. I'm in at what is it, 620? Giving it a shot. I'm gonna give it like 15 points. Yeah, the selling is like super aggro down here.
Yeah, we might go for see if it holds here.
Locked in look.
And hello chat to everybody. Yeah, Fred's asking when's the Cali meetup?
Who makes that choice? Jelly or Shab?
Probably both. Shab already lives over here.
Chicago was a bit far.
Delhi is the one that would have to come out here. What's the Lake Como meetup? So who won that competition yesterday?
Yeah, Loon, Nick won. So no more dirt on Nick's name.
1,300?
It was like 13 something, but that wasn't even it. He came back from, I don't even know where he was, but huge comeback. Yeah. Put some respect on Nick's name. Anyone who had the dark horse bet money line on Nick? Live prop got to plus 2,500. Swept a low on NQ. ES still above the open. What's up, Phoenix?
Very weak here. Maybe we will take out overnight lows in NQ. ES it's holding. It's still above that overnight sort of range breakout.
Yeah, Turbo 6. He not only made 7K, yeah, like the balance started at 5. He doubled his balance and some. That's huge.
Give that man 25 grand. See what he does. I mean, he probably just caught every turn. Short at the open, long at the lows,
Yeah.
short again.
Yep. Smart trade. You are right. Footprint. Just the order flow has been putting in extreme negative delta since 10, 15 minutes ago. But I mean, that's what it takes to go through the whole range from the highs, right? Poke a new high, trap this volume up here, go through this whole range, building out another node. We'll see what happens with it.
All right, let's see. ES is back testing that overnight breakout again. NQ close to overnight lows. Just range bound for now, NQ.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they could just go tag it and see what's out there real quick, but responsive bid down here for now. Just see if they can chew through it.
Weak.
It's close.
Nothing for me to do here unless we can take out London slow and then see what happens if we
Do you ever
form a.
trade ES at all or just NQ?
I started trading ES, but I've moved over to NQ. I'll trade it if it's leading.
Mm.
You just get more for the same risk, you get more reward in NQ. All right, so either we hold this sort of overnight low test in NQ and bounce back up to 650s, or we form acceptance and then go visit that 500 zone from that 490, 500 from yesterday. Yes, looks much better.
Yeah, they're trying to turn the tape. See how this goes.
Were you trading both the S and NQ yesterday?
Yeah, my brain was like frying, and it's not even real money. I was just trying to do both. Yeah, it was like max lots here and then max lots there. Where do I put some covers here? Where do I put some covers there? It was kind of a rough start. So I missed a short fill for what was high of day in the morning, and then I got the low of day long, got flat. And at some point, the data wasn't aligned with price anymore. So as I would get into a position on my chart, it's showing that now, okay, it's a good spot, I'm in profit, but in reality, the market's not trading there. I'm stopped out. So I went from like positive 300 to instantly down like 1,000, not knowing what's going on. So spent most of the time trying to get that back and the lead. But it'd be like that sometimes. It was a fun stream though. All four of us at the same time.
Yeah, I bet.
I don't know how it was for production trying to NFL red zone that thing.
All right, so we have our 2 minute lower low, lower high here, and we want to see if we find some rejection, form some acceptance, and then break lower. That'll tell me that we're going lower. If not, we can set up a bounce from here.
610's found a pretty big offer on the way up. That was a good trade for a bit.
I'll be in the next competition, Logan. I don't want to win their competition, so I stayed out of it.
You know, seeing how it ended, there's a high likelihood you would have won.
I just needed to make $1 to be second place at least.
You could have just made an account and sat on it. That's what we were trying
Yeah.
to tell people in the chat, like midway through, like, dude, you guys can just make an account right now, and you're beating like 3 out of 4 of us.
I never even logged in.
Yeah, it was a weird feeling. I mean, it's something, we haven't done in a while since like you try to do some prop eval stuff, you do crazy things that don't make sense. So yesterday, yeah, we were talking about it after, like, oh, I hope this doesn't bleed into trading. And I was like, yeah, I gotta go trade tomorrow, but it should be all right. So what I'm seeing is there's a pretty notable sell here. 605, 615s. If price can't push above that range, I won't be taking any longs for sure. But if they
So when
can, things can
qu-
change.
question on that. So when you're looking for a low, I know you like to buy like lows. If you see that the resistance at 610 and you're looking to buy maybe 580s, you still won't buy that until price reclaims that, and then you'll look for a buy
Yeah.
somewhere on another
No, if we
pullback.
if we do finally poke lower, test under the overnight low, give me some information, then I would be willing to trade back into there because now the runway is a lot bigger. It's like 20, 25 points. And it gives me that the move to the next point of reference. So right now, because my point of reference is so close to the current price, even though we are at the lows, these aren't lows that would be interesting to me anymore. So when I had the longs earlier, it was before this information came up. So now, to me, there's a hand shown, which is, hey, we are willing to just throw supply in the market in these ranges. And if they're willing to do that and price can't trade above the ranges, well, there's no way I'm gonna want to try some longs. If they can trade above it and show that they're willing to hold those ranges higher, then it would be different. Daniel, good morning, man. That cracks me up. Cooper, you had some ATM problems, huh?
Close to that overnight low. It wants to take it out.
Yeah, I really want to see him take it out just to give us the info, like who's out there? Are they willing to push? Are they going to taper?
So this is our first lower low, lower high on the 2 minute, and we rejected right there at the 9 MA. We are looking to possibly take out that overnight low, and then I'll be looking to see if same with XY if we get some sort of reversal opportunity there. If not, I'm looking for like the 490, 500 area. Do you see anything down there with the way you look?
Uh, 495 hundreds. It is the next point where they caught volume. I would like the 440s, but
Oh yeah, that's key right there for
yeah,
sure.
I would like the 440s. But I wouldn't be surprised if they hold the 500s because there is a node that they built on the last move down. So you definitely could see a bit step in. It is definitely where I'm going to be looking though. If they trade into the 490s and anything 490s and under, I'll be watching the order flow and seeing if they present a bid because it would be a consistent, what, a third higher low there, which would be definitely viable.
Mixed market overall. I do you swing trade? I don't know if I've asked you that. Have I
No,
asked you?
no. I started off like swing trading options like everyone, right? And I don't like not just like being flat and there's nothing left to even think about kind of thing. So I got used to just you're on the charts, you're working, you're off the charts, you're not working, you're not thinking about it. You just move on with things. So I
Mm,
got used to that. I like it. There's no like checking. I remember back in the options days, you'd check futures, like say you're short and overnight it's pumping, you're like, oh no,
Yeah.
or vice versa. And I'm like, I hate that. Yeah, they are building lower consistently. Nothing for the upside.
Yeah, weak. I mean, it's about to take it out, NQ. Few points away. All right, just took it out.
Big buyer stepped in 73. See what
We,
happens to him.
we do have some divergences here. I look at divergences in RSI. ES is having some divergence here, NQ as well. As we just take out that London low, we also have a ES and NQ divergence where NQ is at the overnight low and ES is not.
Yeah, so I'm watching this buyer 73. If he keeps getting traded under, it's not going to be good. And there it is.
Yeah, if we can't hold here, I have next stop at 490s, 500.
That was actually pretty bad. There was some sizable buying that tried to step in the 73, and so the market gave us its answer. It's definitely not going to happen. So this is another frame of reference for me. This wash lower did come through an actual bid attempt. So supply is definitely overtaking any sort of bid that exists in the market right now, which
Yeah,
means
yeah.
there won't be any longs. Not interested.
All right, so let's see if we can come down to, I mean, we have a good lower high on the daily now. So that's the leading structure at the moment. We're below the daily 9MA. Oh, I know you brought up that you look at some moving averages, right? What are those?
Yeah, the 9 and a 20 on a 5 minute only. So it's because when I started trading, I was on the 5 minute, and then I got used to using these two. So it's a visual that's very familiar to me. So I never took it off. It does give me like a good temperature check. Sometimes I'll like right now, what I'm noting is the 9 is still at around 612 price, which is almost 100 points away. There's likely going to be a pullback because price always finds its way towards the 9. Or
Yeah.
if they keep these prices trading, the 9 will catch up to price. But either way, they will meet. And so if I'm trying to get short and it's gone this far away from it, these prices are way out of, providing any advantage for me. Expecting a snapback doesn't mean I'm looking for a long for a snapback, but if there is confluence, like say I'm looking at 500 490s, if they do present some kind of order flow for long, yeah, I'll take it because, we are quote unquote, we'll say we're due for a pullback. It's not guaranteed, right? The market can just keep going. You got to look at volume. Where's the interest? Where does it taper? When do the buyers start to step back up against the price, right? As the offer reloads, the buyers are now taking out that offer and reloading at that offer. So those things have to come into play, but it's a good way for me to be aligned and knowing that now it's almost 100 points away. I could not want to sell if price is moving away from the 9 like this until it comes back, or if there is some sort of setup that can take me back towards it, stuff like that. Or if it's like a balance day and then the EMHs keep getting moved through, at that point they just don't even exist to me. They're worthless. So it's
Yeah.
a visual aid for me. So right now they're super sloped, obviously, because price is just like crawling, it's running downwards. So now it's more in play. I don't want to interact outside of them until a bid steps in. We are getting rewarded bid in the 27s. there's notable buying. But who knows? The market's still just going lower. They're probably going to snap this back, and we'll see what happens around that range.
This is
You were
the
looking
five.
at what, 500, 490s, 480s?
Yeah, 490, 490 505 area. But this can be a higher low. Ideally, I'd like a new low, but I don't think it'll come in. If we can get a lower low, lower high, we're in the second lower low, then maybe a third lower low to take out that, get into 500, and then ES take out that overnight low. And then at that point, I think my rules would be met for a reversal, but looks like we're getting a bid here.
Yeah, they're going to cover imbalances up to 66. There you go. So this is something that happens often, keeps me off the trigger because we moved down pretty sizably. We had an imbalance along the way. They just filled it. And we're so far from the 9. Usually they do come back for these things. So it's kind of my like the EMAs and stuff. They help me to just, hey, don't do anything. Yes, the direction's down, but you have to wait for this and that. They could definitely offer here. It's just a pullback, breakdown retest. I hope they don't. I hope they move it a little higher for us, but
I would love a new low.
and there's a lacking bid.
It's funny, you look at the 9
I'd be
MA.
shocked if they don't make a new low. Yeah.
Yeah, I live and breathe the 9 MA on all time frames.
All in all. Yeah, the 9 is, to me, it's just very highly usable. Comes into play a lot, and it helps me. The important thing is it helps me stay off of the trigger when, like, say, if it's upside, I would consider that like these are way too expensive prices. It's not worth interacting with. I'm gonna wait for them to, meet each other again. Keeps me out of a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah, and for us who are momentum sort of traders, price lives around the 9 MA, and so like there's no, like, you can't, you can have an opinion of the market, but there's a certain structure that price follows around the 9 MA. Like it's always, lower low, lower high into the 9 MA. We bounce back up, we reject. Like nothing around, like no news, nothing will get in the way of that interaction. And if you just track that relationship, you can do really well.
Yeah, so so George mentioned 9 EMA is a lagging indicator. You're going to hear that about 99% indicators. They're all lagging, right?
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, we know that, but you can't. So it's the same thing as, let's just say the prior day highs is the same thing. It's a line, it's a reference that we use, right? So if you notice that the 9 gets met a lot, then you can use it to your advantage. I'm using a volume profile. Okay, right now they are stepping up with price. That volume underneath is stuck. I'm going to get long with this market here. Let's see if we can keep going. Yeah, so the thing is, it's lagging, but I can't deny that price meets with it a lot. So if it's extended, just understanding that there's a decent chance that price will meet with it, then I can use order flow to try to get alongside the market, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with lagging indicators. I don't trade. Okay, well, I just got stopped. I don't trade like the what would you call it? Like a cross, the EMA crosses and stuff.
Yeah.
It's not my thing. It's just a visual aid. Yeah, everything is lagging except price, right? I guess you can say even maybe the volume profile is lagging even though it's order flow. Yeah, they barely just took me out there. They're still holding this bid for now.
So I'll share something with you while we wait. But by the way, I'm looking for a potential long here. I ideally would like a new low to create a third lower low in this 2-minute, and then yes, take out that overnight low and Q hit 500. Maybe get some divergences, and then I'll look for a long. But what I want to share with you is, since you're looking at the 9 and you understand that sequence a little bit, when we put in a second higher high or second lower low from the 9 MA, like if you look at my chart here, right now we're in the second lower low. 80% of the time, the trend ends when we've completed a second lower low. 20% of the time, we put in a third lower low from the rejection from the 9 MA. And then at that point, I mean, this is pretty much my entry model. At that point, you get a 9 MA reversal, and that triggers the. So while you guys are buying like the exact low, let's say, of that third lower low or the second lower low, right? And you have like maybe like a 5-10 point stop. I wait for the reversal of that last lower high into the 9 MA to confirm to me that now the 9 MA trend has gone from lower low, lower high to a higher high, higher low. But if you combine that sort of trend sequence and the termination of it with your own process, like it can, I'm sure it'll give you a better, understanding of that. Like you're really good at buying those lows, and if that's like the second or third lower low against the 9 MA, oh, that'll. The way I see it is that allows me to hold for longer, and capture more points, because I know you guys are maybe like within like a 30-point window, right? That you're in and out mostly.
Depends on the range. On a range like today, yeah, 30. I would say 30 might be like a first or second TP, because it is moving and it's giving room to move back and forth in a decent range. I'm trying to still nab this long.
Yeah, I'm looking for a long here, hoping we get a third lower low here shortly. If
I'm
not, I'll
in
probably.
as much size as I want to throw on this now, so I'm done. I was just trying to scale in here.
What are you seeing here that's making you buy it?
So there's this volume from the low that we just made earlier, and they're having trouble getting back to it. And every time they trade this low volume spot, it remains low volume. So my idea is, if they're not going to be finding any selling that's willing to push price back into where they prior like tried to sell, then that's going to be the end of this leg. We'll start the reversion. Um, the 9 is giving a decent runway. Yeah. So that's my thinking there. We're getting some movement now, but I'm not willing to take anything off until
I'm looking
we
for a
get
buy here too.
at least this overnight low.
We have our two lower low, lower highs. Lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high. It attempted to make a new low here on this rejection. It failed. So now we're getting a 90-minute reversal. So you guys are able to see the combination of what X, Y, and I have been talking about, with the 90-minute downtrend completion into an area, that he sees as support, which is close to that 500 area for me as well. And then we're here looking to engage in this area with our own entry models to see if we can get filled
What's
or
up, Job?
make some
Yeah, risk was
points.
super tight. That was my third attempt. So I gave it more room. I started scaling it slowly, trying to get that whole edge of the node, and it turned out way better. I was able to get full size, 8 lots on. I took 3 off already. But yeah, Job, that's definitely, we both take advantage of those, that's for sure. Yeah, there's just like in this setup, guys, there's an added confluence of the EMA, right? It's so far extended that I'm not saying, oh, when it extends that far, it's gonna go back, but there's just a likelihood, right? That's trading. We're speculating. So as price moves towards it, right now it's right near what, 600, 599. So I'm gonna give this room to go. I mean, I'm in at, my average is now 46. So I'm a couple points in, still holding on to 5. I'm gonna see if we can get like the 83s. We are stalling here. They're buying still. They're lifting the offer. But I hate that they're falling underwater at the 76s. So
We need to reclaim that sort of overnight support area around the 580s.
mhm.
If we can reclaim that, that'll take us back up, which would be good. We can maybe traverse that overnight range.
And coming down to 3.
So let's see if we can continue here.
All right, well, so we got 5 off. We are gonna try to run these 3 as best we can. We're going back to the 9 now, so I'm gonna take off 1 at the 9. This is a banger trade. Did not expect it. Um,
Well, you know, we did complete that 9 MA downtrend that I talked about. Well, I'm looking at the 2 minute, but pretty much, guys, that 9 MA downtrend completed into an area that we were both looking for, right? 500 for me, XY saw something, what 520? Started to see something. No, 520s, 530s.
mhm.
But it came as we completed the 2 minute 9 MA downtrend. So you're seeing it both from a order flow perspective and then a more classical candle stick perspective. The combination of those. Uh,
You know, what's funny, Chris? So
what's
remember
that?
we had dinner, right? And I was telling you
Yeah,
how I love your trading style. Just everything just makes sense. So it's because I'm actually a hybrid trader. So I'm here presenting order flow, but I would consider myself very hybrid. So in the playbook that I typed out, my absolute longest page, my longest segment is price action, is incorporating price action into my order flow. And
yeah,
dude, my brain melted as I typed it because there's so many things. You're like, oh, I'm gonna do this. In one photo, it was just daily candles. I had five. In one photo, there are five examples that I break down very in depth based on a daily candle and what happened prior to that candle on a daily time frame and then order flow. And
yep,
dude, I love price action. Like it makes total sense to me. And then the order flow is what gives me the confidence to like hit the button, put the context together. Hey, who tried to sell what? Who tried to buy what? What happened to them? So earlier, that spot where they absorbed, and I was like, the buy side is just I don't know where they are. It's because the seller showed himself, and then down here they tried to sell the low. They built volume, which means there's two-way tape, which means in there are also buyers. And if they're gonna transact above it, build above it, and show that okay, the sellers are not pushing back into that range. So to me, the
yeah,
context is if they tried to sell the range like that prior, and now they won't even put in the same effort, how can I expect it to go down? So
yeah,
you try to speculate that we go up. And dude, there's a whole long thing, and my trading is heavily tied to price action. So just for the chat to understand, like the two components with me and Chris where we align is definitely price action. It just speaks to me.
yeah. I just took off half at 1.2R. I'm gonna hold the rest.
I'm gonna flatten that VWAP here, probably 90 points. It's good enough for me. I gotta get myself back in the flow after essentially YOLOing everything everywhere yesterday. Shraven, the green streak lives. Absolutely. Not trying to do anything crazy today because I got to get back in line, you know? But it's all intuitive, right, guys? It's gonna be, us order flow traders, we hate lagging indicators, right? Because the whole thing is like you'll talk to some, they're like, why would you use that? Order flow is real time. There's like this, I don't know, like a snobbiness that can come with some order flow traders. Real time this, real time that. That's fake, fake news. But if it speaks to you, if it gives you a visual aid, if it's familiar to you, what's the issue, right? Like I say, it's if the outcome is going to be income, you don't really need to worry about what someone else says about your style or your indicator or your strategy. If it works for you, it works for you. Because we're all trying to just do one thing, which is pattern recognition, right? For some,
Yeah,
it's price action. For some, it's order flow. For some, it's the DOM. There's numbers everywhere flying at you. But as long as you can recognize a pattern within the noise, you can make money. There's like so many different ways to trade on this stream every day, and you see the results. Yeah, fat fish, dude. That's actually I'm gonna start saying that. That's like asking a tracker why they look at footprints. It's a lagging indicator, right? Price
for
is the only
sure.
thing that's not lagging. I think the volume profile, if I can have only one indicator ever, it's the volume profile. But that's lagging too, right? This node, yes, is very important, but it is prior info. Every piece of information besides price is prior, right? Yeah, Joe, live response is order flow activity, everything else MGI. And that's why, as order flow traders, that's my button click, that response or a lack of rather. So that long was based of a lack of a response on the sell side. So as they're pushing price, they're flooding supply. You can see it. They're trying to buy, anyone watching order flow, you can see them try to buy prices on the way down. And what happens? I'm just waiting to see, hey, does this buy work or not? It never does until they get a bounce. Sure, bounce is cool and all, but they can get sold into. But if there's no one willing to sell it downwards, then what does that mean? It means maybe it can turn, and that's just speculation. Am I right? Am I wrong? That's not up to me. It's up to the market. All I know is I'm willing to risk this, and if it works, we got the move back. You know, Chris is way better of a market holder. Like he'll stick to that plan, he'll do all that stuff than me. But that's where order flow helps me, right? I can make these snap decisions and I can take the profits and I can be happy, move on with my day. I mean, yesterday was ironic too. I missed that short off the open because I didn't get filled. Stayed patient and I caught low a day, 80-point trade, me and Nick. And we were just joking. We're like, dude, it's only like 10 minutes in the market, but these would be our days. We would turn the chart off right here, right now. That's the one and done. We've made our points. What else is there to do? Right. So it helps me just to have that feeling like I've done my work, I've executed, and now I can, turn it all off. But then you got guys like Stowe, Leo, Chris. They can hold a trade, which is why they make the big bucks, right? Um, I recognize I did a whole excerpt too, recognizing my weaknesses and playing around that. So when I notice when Chris gets into a trade, he's very price action focused, right? When he gets into a trade, everything has made perfect sense. And there are a lot less variables. When you're trading my way, it's very discretionary. There's so many variables. That was a third attempt at that long, by the way, right? The other two, they got stopped. But I took the risk off before it was even validated because, well, my my mental goes into a bad place pretty quickly if I can be in a trade and sit in it and start to think, why didn't I just cut that 10 points sooner? Why didn't I just cut that up there? Why am I holding on to this when I could have just cut that and got back in here? It would have just made the difference. So that's why you guys see me with really tight stops or I'll scratch out before the stop because I cannot leave that window open. I can't open that window. It leads to bad things. But the other guys, it's not a problem, right? They could have just taken, like, I guarantee you, if Chris had the same long, one shot, he's not stopped out. But it's difference. It's a difference in execution. So I think this stream is a good opportunity to see both sides. One
Yep.
just like with price action and one trying to put them together. Feet Rex, will we get a video explanation of your playbook? The playbook has no videos. It's references. So I spent so much time going back in time through the markets to find photos of examples. It's text, image based. In the DOM section, there are two videos to drive in some points. Um, but I wanted to make the playbook as an overall skeleton. So first, it's going to be the playbook. It's everything I do top to bottom. There's examples, there's setups. And over time, as the market releases new setups that I take, I can capture that in video and make a video for you guys. Um, I can try to work on a recap today regarding this long here. We'll see if I have the time, but the playbook is made in a way where you can reference it back and forth. That's why I wanted to make it text-based instead of like having to comb through videos. Playbook is done, but it's not out yet. I'm not in charge of when that comes out because I don't want to mess with the website and just break things. So you guys can talk to the big cat. I sent him all the stuff. He has it all. Maybe he's been bootlegging it for 50 cents. Who knows? Dangerous. On the DOM, I like to use limb motors, but you've been watching me hit market. Sometimes I get bad fills. They're working on a DOM. We're working with NinjaTrader on a DOM that's more suitable for us. When that gets completed, all four of us, you will see a DOM on our chart. You will see what we're doing, how we execute it. Also, when I have a DOM handy, I do like to really pick and choose my spots. But for right now, I just got to hit market and hope I get a decent fill. Doc Pat, YouTube University is good for all things trading, even the DOM. Get the basics down, understand what means what, just like verbiage, vernacular, and I think the DOM part of the playbook can help you a lot. Yeah, if you guys, I see a lot about the playbook. If you guys want to know how to lose a competition, you guys can check it out in the playbook. New subscriber, what's up? If you guys haven't hit the
Welcome,
sub button,
welcome.
please do. We're trying to get to 150. They're doing like a week-long giveaway.
Okay, so we're getting rejected here. I took more off, and I'm sitting with a fourth.
Yeah, VWAP rejection there. Normally I would have tried that VWAP short, guys, but I gotta get my things in order and make sure I'm back fully into my process and not trying to YOLO all day like I did yesterday.
All right, so I closed the rest at break even because I didn't want to sit in that if we do finally take out that overnight low and then in ES. So far, if I could share where is that? We're seeing that scenario two play out. Well, we saw it initially. We came down to that 500-ish area. We didn't really test it, but we bounced. It took us back up into 640, 650s right under that, which was that overnight sort of range. And then now we're back down. So if we needed to reclaim that 640, 650 areas to attempt to prior day high, sellers that remain in control. And now if we can't really reclaim the overnight low again at 570s, then we can see 500 in NQ. And then maybe at that point we go and maybe seek a new low. But it's just range bound at the moment.
I think this can potentially bid again.
Yeah, guys, like it up and subscribe. A lot
How
of
many likes to transplant Chris's hair onto XYZ? I'll just cut it off, man. It'd be a waste. I'm liking this bid. I'm gonna go in small because I'm in way too high here. Finger on the trigger. If it doesn't run, I'm gonna flatten this thing. But we're in for about half size, guys. I'd like lower prices. I'm gonna scratch this out and see if they can bless me with lower prices. I want to get a little bit more size on. If not, it is what it is. I'll let it go. I was distracted by chat, so I missed it, but market spits out opportunities all day, so. Morning, Delhi.
Yeah, just range bound now. I think what NQ needs to do is reclaim the overnight low again. Yes, never took out that overnight low, or I wouldn't call it overnight low, more of this London low that I have here. So I can move back up. Buyers can take over if we get back above 650s. Under it, it's still short term. Sellers are in control.
Mm-hmm. Looks like XY's demise was greatly exaggerated. It was fun though. Yeah, you always worry about stuff like that messing up like your trading out of breaking you out of a habitual process, but It was fun, man. Hopefully they'll let us do something like that again. Personal account, yes. Tape is very back and forth. Yeah, unfortunately. But at least the moves have provided good range. Down move, up move. Tape is still pretty negative, so I'm hands off the longs right now. Is it a higher low or a lower high? We'll find out. Am I always using a 15-point stop? No, I usually use a lot less. I like to keep it under 12, usually. If I'm in for 15, with how the market is lately, if I'm in for 15, I'm not where I want to be, so I'll be sized less, or I'll be really quick to scratch out if the market doesn't move then and there. If I'm willing to chase price a little higher or lower, I'm expecting it to really move. And if it's not moving, I don't care what my stop is. I'm just going to get out right then and there. But I mean, if it's a wider range and the 15 stop is what makes sense, it makes sense. I just want it to make sense. This isn't like I want to be fancy and do cute stuff and do tight stops just for the sake of it. Like that's just how you give away free money to the market. It's a mixture of, the structure and how it is mentally for me. I don't want I don't want to be underwater enough to start thinking, why didn't I just cut it sooner? Right or right out is definitely my style. Yeah. It leaves the window closed to bad execution thoughts for sure.
People are loving our stream.
Yeah,
I think
so
it's the first
see,
time you and I
it
do it
is the
out.
first time. I just found out we were streaming like 2 days ago. I saw an email from Savannah and I was freaking out. I was like, do they think that I'm on today? And I was supposed to be on like 20. I'm looking at my phone like I was supposed to be on 20 minutes ago. And I was like, I hope they don't think I'm on today. And it was for today. I was like, oh, thank goodness. So they definitely left the longs without me, but they just didn't. They gave me the price I liked. I missed it. They didn't give me another chance, but hey, so be it. Wait, no, wait, we did not. They did not tell me this. Or did they? I don't know. Let me get to my desk. And then I see that it was Wednesday, so it was Kane and Leo. So good.
Yeah, there's so many. I was like, what day? What day is it?
Everything just blurs together. Dude, I felt like I streamed for 3 whole days yesterday, traded 4 whole sessions or something. Just not used
Yeah,
to some
that's
of the
gnarly.
Yeah, and that's on sim. Like it's
So I didn't make any money.
I was just trying to be number one, so I'm just full pouring everywhere. Both.
I did get some good insights though for the next competition.
The game within the game. Yeah.
Well, just yeah, the less I trade, maybe I'll do better.
Yeah, that was my plan in the start. Make one greed trade, and just sit on it all day,
Yeah,
and then quickly discovering that my price isn't the real price, and then it just got all bad. I was like, no, you know what? Now I have to keep going.
you were thinking you either die a hero.
Yeah. And at some points, I was like, the longs are good, but if all three are long and they're all ahead of me, I need to get short or else the gap doesn't close. So I'm like, fine, I'll short. And you just keep getting blown out. Gecko, I hope I'm saying your name right, but yeah, hope you're getting value. I'm glad to hear that you are. Thanks for being here. Hit the likes if you guys haven't. Um, Very indecisive market right now. Like I said earlier, is it a higher low? Is it a lower high? I'll wait for them to decide. Um, yeah, there's so many different ways to trade here, guys. And I think I say it on every stream. Like if your way works for you, don't let anyone tell you, what you're doing is wrong or this and that. We're all looking for patterns at the end of the day, whether it's this or that, you know, ICT, alien abduction strategy setups, fibs, this, that. It could be anything. if it relays a pattern that you can take advantage of, you should be interacting with it. Daniel, you crack me up, man.
Weak. We remain weak.
Yeah, Nautilus, that was exactly what it was. I was trading the traders, not the charts. And dude, your videos are so funny. Your videos are so good. We actually pulled it up yesterday. We pulled the video of you with someone getting a scan. That was so funny. I'll lobby on your behalf, Nautilus, for a role at NinjaTrader as a content creator.
We're in a range. What's this question? What's everybody's opinion on direction? I think as long as we hold yesterday's low, we can see a potential bounce on the daily, but we're in a range between yesterday's low and today's high.
Yeah, Nautilus, we were talking about you, and then backstage was like, "Hey, should we pull it up?" We're like, "Hell yeah, pull it up!" And literally the whole stream watched your video, the short one, where the doctor was on the charts. You're famous, man. Yeah, like Chris said, we're in a range. But the shitty part is they gave us a range, put a smaller range inside of that range, and then now they're giving us a smaller range inside of that range. They're giving us
Yeah,
the pimp my ride, but with a range.
that's what I call a boxception. A box within a box within a box.
All right, I'm gonna start saying that then. When they do this to us, I'm like, yep, they're doing the boxception thing again. Chris, how do we make them stop? Deli, what are we talking about? Starting Discord is in talks? Don't you have a Discord, Deli? You making a new one? Am I missing something?
Uh, well, here's a good question that I also can ask you because I know Stowe has a different answer. Do you use prior day high and low, including overnight hours, or just during RTH?
Prior day, high, low, including overnight.
And before you answer that, this came up because Stowe was asking me if what was the level I was looking at for prior day high, and I was considering as the total daily's candle high as the prior day high when he was saying that he was, and then I think
Oh,
Leo was also looking at the overnight high as the prior day high.
I get what you mean. Okay. So for you, do you have an overnight high and low?
I just have
Just like the
London
daily bar,
London high
right?
and low, and then prior day. Like to me, prior day high or prior day low is the daily's candle high and low.
Got it. So for us, it's broken down kind of like with order flow traders, we'll use market profile like a TPO. So it breaks it down from RTH to Globex to RTH to Globex, two different sets of info. And so that's why we use an overnight low, overnight high, and then a prior day low, prior day high. So the prior day is attached to the RTH range only, and the overnight is the
Yeah,
Globex range only. So yeah, we break it down that way. But I do utilize what you're saying through this. So I always have this in view where I can see the overall range of prior day.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I do, I guess to say use both. Yeah. Because there's a reason I don't use a TPO, which all order flow traders are going to use TPO. They're going to break down what's the profile of overnight versus what's right now RTH. But I like the 24-hour profile. So yeah, it's kind of like you're here, they're there, and I'm right in the middle when it comes to that stuff. Just what works for me.
Yeah, to me they're different. I call it the London high or London low. I mean,
I
I
use
look
the
at that
London Open. I like the London Open. I
like
know
London
Stowe
Open.
uses the London Open range. And you have a London close as well, right?
I just have the high and low, but mine settings are a little bit
Mhm.
different. They're not exactly the low and the high. It's weird, but they work for me, so I don't want to change that.
Yeah, it's just pattern recognition. If it works, it works. It's like how I'm the 5 minute time frame will always be my favorite time frame of all time frames because it's just I'm just so familiar with it. I've seen the many nuances. My squiggly lines are attached to them, and so everyone's got their thing.
Cooper, I'll never take off those alerts. I'm sorry if you guys hear them.
You talking about the pinging?
Yeah, you hear it. I
I hear
swing
it
trade, so
sometimes. It's I don't think it's anything distracting, honestly.
that's money making alarm when I need to get in a position or get out.
Yeah, because you're watching equities individually and stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No, not me. Boof chess strategy, London Open. Yeah, I love the London Open, man. Such a good reference. Yeah, I know a lot of people do a 5 minute or a 21 EMA and not the 20. I don't know. It's just been the 20 since the dawn of time for me, and that's just what it's gonna be. And
I mean, it's the same.
yeah, I'm not looking for like what's the right way to use EMAs. The right way is the way I'm used to, and what works for me, and it's just the numbers. I don't know, honestly. I know there's a bunch of EMA crossover strategies with all different numbers. I've seen charts with like 6 EMAs on them. Do they make money? Do they not? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. It's just I speak a different language is all. We're all trying to do the same thing, just in a different language.
All right, so we're holding here. We have a wedge here on the 2 minute. Somebody brought it up. Yes, we are. We continue to hold that low. No follow through lower yet. But look at the range we're in. It's this tiny range. ES is in a 669, like a 10-point range. NQ maybe 30-point range. We are just building energy. What we are doing is building energy for a move here, and either this reverses back up and then takes us back up to 650s, or stop it, or we break down and then we go make a new low. Yes, takes out that overnight low. But so far we're holding. I should have kept my long, so maybe I consider another long here. It's just range bound. It's nothing really exciting.
Yeah, the runway has been capped. It's like they added a bunch of speed bumps along the way, so it's a lot
Yeah.
less interesting. Earlier, more clear skies. I guess that's a good point to make too. Yeah, guys, right now, the issue is now the market's giving us the info that there's a passive offer here. And if we get long here, just 20 points up, you're going to run into that passive offer. And even if you do cross it, the low volume spot is the next 20 points up. And that's not a condition I really want to interact with. And if I want to wait, usually what I'll do is, similar to Chris or price action, we'll wait for the offer to clear, come back and hold it as a bid and then continue. But that's still just a 20-point continuation.
Yeah.
Uh, so the conditions of the market has changed. The landscape has definitely changed. Earlier, it was a clear shot back to the VWAP 90 MA. Right now, it's like they just did some construction on the road and added a million speed bumps, and I don't want to interact with that anymore. So unless things change, which yeah, we do have an hour left on stream, it's not as interesting anymore. Um, so all you can do is wait, really.
I do see a potential here for a push back up, but yeah, that 20 points higher, we do have resistance. But I continue to think that as long as we can hold, I mean, I'm thinking, higher time frame. Um, as long as we can continue to hold yesterday's low, to me, there's a good chance that we can bounce back up. like above today's high, but that may not happen today.
I do agree. Order flow shows it too. If you guys look at my, let me scrunch my chart in.
Like
If you look at my
yesterday was
chart,
a significant low.
yeah, and that was the prior volume. So you'll see in the playbook eventually, guys. Prior range volume that controlled this up move. And where did it go yesterday? It tapped into this volume. The only way I was able to nab that low was because it was an area of interest, right? Tapped into this, it's a taper. So back into this old range, what did they do? They came in, they tried it, and they couldn't sustain it. And today they're tapering within that range again, right? So similar to why I took that long earlier, you're seeing volume. This is the effort. They tried this and they lost it. And coming back, what happened here? Today's low, they tapered into pretty much like the gateway, the low volume spot between the two. And if they're not willing to sell back into this, what are they likely going to do, right? They're just going to move back up. So high time frame, even in my view, it definitely supports, hey, if they're not going to be able to push this thing lower, there's only one thing left to do. It's test, we'll say like the 640s now. Move back through, test the 640s. They get through that, we'll be trading the 680s. If we trade 680s, we're very likely going to trade the 740s. So definitely agree with Chris there. Just I'm a scalper and I need some bigger intraday ranges to make my risk worth it. Chris can hold. I mean, dude, this guy, I've seen him take like a 60, 70 point TP1.
I mean, I'm a swing trader, so holding for an hour or two is literally like a scalp for me.
My brain would have melted already. Like just not for
Like
me.
I held I bought the FOMC low on what was it, Wednesday, and then I closed most of it on Monday on that big push. Uh, but that's like a 2 to 3 day swing. To me, that's like a repeatable test. And you brought up something. I can't remember what you brought up earlier, but I like your style here. You're closing most of your position, and like you closed it all into VWAP. I held it. I'm looking to like my idea here is if we can hold yesterday's low, we can continue sideways to higher. So my idea is if I buy a pullback low on a pullback after that low yesterday, which could be like a daily higher low. Well, if it's a daily higher low, does that mean that over the next day or two, can we push up higher to make a new daily higher high? So my 2 minute or 5 minute entry allowed me to make money on that initial push. I took partials and then I can hold for that next day's move into that next daily target that I have. That's sort of how I position myself. Means way less trading. I'll make 1 or 2, maybe 3 trades a day, but
I mean,
I
that's why
just
you make the big bucks, man. You're holding long enough. I think it's a mental difference. I say it a lot too that round tripping, it hurts me a lot more than it hurts probably anyone else that streams here. So I need to eliminate that factor, which
yeah.
is don't allow myself to round trip a good trade. And I'm just way more at peace with the whole trading thing, with sustainability in the game and a quality of life when I can just get in, do my work, get out, and just move on with things. It's so much more peaceful for me doing less of things and interacting less and just worrying, thinking about less when it comes to the markets. And every time I try to stray from that and do more, spend more time, the results are never as good. So one day I was just like, forget it. This is what works for me, what works for that's my mental game. And it just has to stay that way. And then obviously like guys like you and Stowe, it boggles my mind how he can be in two lots and he'll take one off and he'll just hold the last one. He'll like die with it. It can be like
Yeah.
150 points or zero. And I could never, if it's in like 100 points and it comes back to break even, I would just be like, what have I done? Like I could have just closed it out. Now I'm like, well, like subconsciously, it's like, well, maybe I need to make that 100 points elsewhere or somehow. And it's just like, it's this whole thing. So it's me navigating around myself, kind of like how I always say, like, oh, you got balls holding a swing. Like to me, yeah, like I couldn't, I would just be thinking about it all the time. For you, it could just be like, ah, who cares? Is it invalidated or not? Who cares? For
Yeah.
me, it's like, hey, look, I could just wash my hands and be done with this thing right now. And I always like ask myself then, what hurts more, closing it and having it run without me, or actually having it come back? And the answer is always, it hurts more if it comes back. So I just close it and I move on. But for you, the answer is different. For you, it's like if it comes back, hey, it is what it is. That's the game. So,
And then a
man,
comment on that for everybody listening. Notice how he is looking to shift his focus from sort of, uh, I don't want to say necessarily call it a weakness, but just it's not, it's not your strength. Your strength is identifying these areas where you can capitalize on, and then moving it over to that next pivot or whatever area you're looking at, and then closing out 80% or most of it. Like if you shift your focus into your strength, you as a trader, you can create a process that can allow you to extract more inside that area that you're strong in, instead of trying to develop this other area that is weak, right? If you're not really thriving there, if your beliefs about that trading or the holding period doesn't align with your trading and your risk management, you don't need to focus on that. If you're making 5,000 in this specific area, we'll work on identifying how to make that into 10,000, right? Why are you going to focus on something that's going to make you $500 at that point, when our job is to it's already hard as it is. And if you find something that works, well, you need to find a way to leverage that with more process iteration, and then how to increase size and just enter this feedback loop that will allow you to just thrive in that, and 5, 10,000 at a time, a month, maybe 20,000, then you do much better. It's all about the how you're capitalizing on the areas that you have strength in.
yeah, and I always go back to the sports analogies, right? Let's just say NBA, you've got a guy that's super max, but he can't shoot a three. Well, he's not super max contract for his 3-point shooting. His strength is elsewhere, and he'll get paid for that. Same thing with it. Say you've got a super max contract because you're Steph Curry, right? You're the best 3-point shooter. You can run through screens, you can handle the ball, you can
Yeah,
do everything
yeah,
except dunk. And then all of a sudden your coach goes, you need to work, forget all the threes and stuff. You need to
yeah,
start dunking. Like no one does that. So you don't have to do that in your trading. You can get
yeah,
paid doing what you do well, and anything outside of it, just leave it alone.
yeah. Live and breathe that, and that's literally nothing else matters at that point, especially for everybody's trying to make it and make money out of this. Like that's your answer right there. So the range continues.
Oh, they're gonna start an NT live Discord. Interesting. Just saw that, Savannah. They tricked us. They tested outside the boxception. They said, no, we like it. We like it here. They did try to sell outside of it. There is some trapped selling volume there. So other side is quite likely here. Then we'll find out what they do up there.
Yeah, we're just hanging around here. NQ needs to reclaim this 570s, 580s area, which is attempting. If we can do that, then once again, if we could traverse back up to the other side of the overnight range, 640, 650s. I think above that, buyers can live in a much better environment. In here, it's maybe sideways to down.
Yeah,
ES
Cooper.
is holding better.
Cooper, that is very true. Big men never shot. Now half of them can shoot. Um, so one key thing here is this range where I longed prior was absorbing a lot of sell. They just tested outside of Chris's boxception and they did sell, but it is nothing compared to the earlier sell. So what I think a potential long setup is even better now because the information has changed, or they've given us more. They sold a lot here, could not push price. They sold a lot less here. If this didn't work, this ain't gonna work. So this could have been a long for any order flow scalper, seeing that info. More importantly, this could be that last show of hands from the market that's telling us, hey, downside interest has gone. That downside interest has faded from the market. And if that's the case, they have to go find sellers. And if it's not going to be this range here, it's probably not going to be until upwards above VWAP again. That's how I'm putting the context into things here. So we know that there's still a passive sell here. We know that there's the sell interest is not here anymore. And if they run through this passive sell, that's proof more buyers and sellers are now in the market as opposed to prior. Prior, we didn't have that info. Now we do. Need
So
to
from
draw
a
some lines.
technical perspective on what he's talking about, we had this 2-minute consolidation here, this wedge. We attempted to break down, and then the breakdown is to attempt a new low. But you can see how this failed. We broke down, put in a lower low, failed this breakdown, and now we're seeing a reversal from that failed breakdown. So now this is the path to that 640, 650s area if it can hold. And then from there, do we form acceptance and now hold that prior area of resistance and then step back higher, or do we reject again and now create a more funky sort of range like this? But at the moment, there's really you're living inside highs and lows, and then it moves up inward and then makes another high or lower high and then a higher low, and it just keeps contracting within its recent price action. It's not conductive for or conducive for a trend here. There's nothing here telling you it's ready to trend. We need acceptance at that 640s areas or at these lows to then tell you, hey, we can have a sustainable trend away from this sort of area that we're in. At the moment, this is just mean reversion inside this area, and you have to treat it as such until, like XY says, you get more data, more information, right? That tells you otherwise, and then from there, you now can apply you can frame a new idea for that maybe next hour or so.
Yeah, I always say that they're the boogeymen, right? As we were trapped in this range, we don't know what's outside. So either side, you're like, oh, is there a boogeyman out there? Upside, is there a boogeyman that's going to sell hard? Downside, is there a boogeyman that's going to sell hard? And as we reached outside the range, there's no boogeyman. There's not enough sell interest, right? And then we popped up, we popped through this. There was a boogeyman. If anyone's looking at order flow, you're going to see some volume up there. They tried to lift about 400 lots against the offer. And where are they now? So there is 400 positive offer lift in the 04s to the 05s, and they're underwater. They got absolutely hammered. There's a boogeyman up here and not down here so far. So first, we didn't have this info. We got it. Price went through, came up top, saw a boogeyman. If they make our way down again, people who are seeing this could now be enticed to continue to sell through this range. Everything changes as the market makes decisions. And our job is only to wait until the market makes enough decisions for us to have a clear path, a clear idea on something. If you guys seen a little widget, hit subscribe and like.
Yeah, I forgot that we have how many viewers? Almost 1,100. We have 478 likes. Guys, this is becoming a great education stream. There's not much price action going. Price action. So we have our teacher hat on now. And it's share some likes for the network, bump us up in the streams that are taking place on YouTube. We're providing some amazing analysis that everybody does here on a weekly basis. Amazing hosts that Ninja has, and then our trading, our execution, which is not just spraying and praying. We're actually, you have the machine here, and then XY, you guys are calling him the sniper. What a combination! we're ready. We have two sides, right?
Yeah, I think it's very telling. You're going to see a lot of content where you see a lot of winners, but you can never see how someone handles a loser. And that's the ultimate tell of all. Everyone's gonna show like, okay, I don't know, look at this 26R trade. But it's just because they put their risk so tight that it was 26R. Like it's something ridiculous like that. But seeing how someone can manage when the market has turned against them is the ultimate tell of everybody's system and their strategy. On here, you're seeing us eat shit on a regular basis, right? It's the game. You're getting the reality of it, and you can take what you want. I don't like how this guy risk manages, but I like how he does it. So and so. You can take small things, and that's what we all done, right? That's what I do. That's why I'm so heavy on price action, but also really heavy in order flow. I just take things from certain places that speak to me, get along with it, and learn how to risk manage. And that's the hard part because while you do that, you're in pain. Every day's painful. Once you dial it in, that in a way that fits your personality, things open up a lot. It's all about risk because we can't control where the market's going. All we can control is what we're willing to give it if it runs against us. Oh, Dagos, yeah. Yesterday was fun though, not gonna lie.
We're able to hold here. ES is leading the move higher. NQ can see that after that. I mean, we're talking internal structure here of this recent range that we're in, but it's always good to understand the internal structure of anything. We have this range that we've built. We have this wedge that we formed. We have the felt breakdown that I just went over, and then the reversal. So now we put in a higher low against that. And so the internal, like the micro structure here on the 2 minute is bullish into 640, 650s, or at least this recent 2 minute high until we lose this higher low, right? If we lose this higher low, well, guess what? This new 9 MA uptrend on the 2 minute that started is now failing and we can push back down here again, right? But it's like how X and Y are talking about the 9 MA. You live and breathe that and you start to understand the structure and the sequence around that. And eventually you understand its movements, you understand how a trend starts, how it ends, how exhaustion looks like, how a possible, and then from there you get ideas like how XY was talking about. Well, we're this many points away from the 9 on the 5 minute. Can we identify a low here and then capture a bounce into that, right? So but that comes from tracking the 9 MA so many times that you start to understand those movements. And then from the internal sort of technical perspective was that where he was looking for a low, we had a second lower low on the 2 minute that identified that the 2 minute downtrend was ending, and that produced a bounce into that 5 minute 9 MA. And now we're seeing the same thing here on the internal structure on the 2 minute again, right? So it just repeats. And eventually you get so good at it that you just start, for us who track the 9 MA, you live and breathe that and you do
Like
that
you understand
really well.
how it behaves when
Yeah.
it's doing this, when it's doing that. You just kind of develop the intuition over time. It doesn't have to be like, hey, this is lagging, throw it away. Just this is a pattern. Tends to do this, market tends to do that. If it tends to do this, market tends to not care about it. So and so. That was a good, even on order flow, there was a buy that popped up in the 92s. And when they tested under him, dude, no one was willing to sell. There's actually quite a taper down there in volume. Not enough interest. And what happens when there's no interest downside? They got to go find it upside. Here we are. That would have been actually a really good long. So we definitely missed that, or I missed it at least. I would have played it.
No, yeah, same here. But it was just super tight range. It's
Mm.
always like, to me, it wasn't an A+ opportunity, but it was something. It was viable, but
If you guys, yeah, if you guys are still trying to trade this market, there's plenty of time left, and they're making decisions that could be very key. So right now it's two distributions. What could happen is if they leave this behind, they start trading above the open and accepting back up here and holding higher, you can have longs for the rest of the day. Like things can change drastically within the next few hours. So don't feel like you're in a rush to capture a small range.
yeah. And I'll go back to my trade plan here. Um, look, the scenario 2 here was that we could move lower to 500 and bounce. We obviously created higher low into 500, but we're bouncing back up. So our main sort of idea that and I have shared is that as long as we continue to hold yesterday's low, this is just sideways structure that can potentially end up going back up higher. So I have to, like, there's the way I see it is there's no information here telling us that we're going to revisit the lows. Like, we just bounce once again. So now we can form acceptance at 640, 650s instead of rejecting from it like we did maybe an hour ago, where now scenario 1 sets up again where we can push up to prior day high. So, from my trade ideas, we'll say, okay, if we are able to reclaim 650s and then form acceptance, aka a wedge for my setup, then I can participate in a sustainable move into prior day high. And this is RTH high, right? So, or daily candle high. I don't know what we call it now. But we're we may not be executing, but our sort of walkthrough here that we're giving to you guys is really well, and just showing you guys how the multi-time frame structure looks along with order flow.
Binky, these are 1 minute Heikin-Ashi candles.
This is it was a good setup here. Now it's coming back up into that 640s, 650s. If we can form acceptance up here, then I will be looking for a long. Solid though.
They're trying to buy through this thing right now. See how they do. There's an offer that's trying to push price down. So they're going to make a choice. Does this offer get forward progress? And if not, we're likely trading above the open 660s.
Yeah. ES is doing much better though. It never really went below that London low.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 2 higher highs, higher lows here on the 2-minute 9 MA uptrend into that short-term resistance. Now, what we want to see is either acceptance, like I said up here, or do we reject again and now build this sort of structure here like this? If we can form some acceptance, I'll consider a long.
There's some underwater offer in the 620s. Buying the 10s now. A lot of buying coming through 12s and 13s. You see what happens to them. They're underwater. So they tried to buy out the range. They're still trying to buy upwards, and they're not getting what they want. So
yeah, so far we're building out this new range that I talked about that we could if we rejected. right here. So this is our first resistance. We saw a failed breakdown. Again, I keep repeating this, but because it's a repeatable structure that shows up over and over again. We had the failed breakdown, new 9MA uptrend into that resistance, now rejecting. From here, can we see acceptance or lower, right? But you know what? Let me share a screenshot, actually. So this is what we saw. I have too many things here. Let me see. All right, for you guys watching, we saw this. The 2-minute structure that I just highlighted that created this move up was exactly this. We had that wedge structure. We had a new 9MA lower low, lower high attempt. And then we triggered that 9MA reversal to back up, right? So if I compare this, I don't know if you can see it all. You can. If I compare this to this, my gosh, so many drawings here now. But this is that, right? Like, you can't tell me it's not that. We had our wedge, our move lower, this failed and created a new 9MA uptrend, right? So the structure repeats over and over again across all time frames. All I've been able to do, thankfully, is understand it really well, that I can identify how it'll sort of move and trade around this. But now we want to see if we can form acceptance here or back down. That's my little lesson.
I think they can buy through this. I just don't know where I could get in.
So far, no go into this bounce. We have a good higher low here. Maybe see if we can wedge up.
Appreciate that, Daniel. Seeing a lot of two-way tape up here, both buying and selling. Selling is not exactly getting what they want right now, so could be a decent long. Just being patient.
Yeah, it's we're starting to hold a little bit up here. So that can be an early indication of a potential new high, but it's still like a little bit early. But you can see we're holding this higher low here. If we can continue to hold like 607, then we can attempt to push up. If not, this will most likely move back down to the range.
Definitely. If they fail up here, there's so much buying going on. If the sellers take control, they have to test bottom of the range, likely. There's a lot of two-way tape. Each way this thing goes is quite opportunistic. So there's a good batch. Last time they traded these 610s, good batch down here. They're still building that volume now. There's a lot of buying that has just gone underwater. Selling, they're stepping on the gas on the sell side.
Yeah, so that failed to hold here. So now you're seeing a 9MA uptrend failure, right? So we had this higher high, higher low, higher high, and now this ended, and now it's starting its move back down here. And then the question, a good question I always get is, how do you know when it's going to break out? Well, you don't really know, but a good way to help you have an idea is if price actually starts to build structure up here. I see it as a wedge, but if it builds a wedge, then you're sort of knowing that price is not rejecting it, right? Like in here, we saw just like a single push higher and then rejection. If you're seeing a little bit of the same thing here, if the third time we move up here and start to hold, then that's a change of character, right? And we're not able to move back down, like no price is not being slapped back down, we have acceptance, and that's a wedging structure. But for here, it's just back and forth. So we're building that new range that I talked about. We were sort of in this smaller range here. And then if we could move up here, we can form this range. So now we're just expanding the contraction that we're in. And if you're not really aware of that, of the environment that we're in, then you're possibly chasing moves higher or lower, higher into resistance, lower into support. And that's where a lot of stops take place. And now back in the middle.
They found a pretty big buyer that pushed price just earlier. I'm going to see what they do here. Finding buying again. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, the 92s had a big lift earlier. Right now they're getting sold into, but selling is not really moving so far. So again, we look to see there's two-way tape. Who ends up on the right side?
Hi Chris, what are your boxes levels at 24,500 and 24,660s represent? So those are zones. They represent support and resistance to me. It's an indicator that I've created with Ninja for this platform here. And these represent just support and resistance. They've taken me years to develop to understand where these zones should be placed. But pretty much says, hey, the darker ones represent a sort of, they govern the environment, and then the lighter ones are sort of like pit stops. So for example, you can say that as long as we're above this dark green one, structure is bullish, so sideways to higher. We need to lose this dark green one in order to have real confirmation from sellers, right? Like at the moment, you see that when we reclaim, let me go to the 5-minute here. When we reclaimed 500, right? Like this triggered a push up higher. Boom. Boom. So this is our line in the sand, this 490, 500 area. So as long as we're above it, it's sideways to higher. And you can see that the price action has sort of been like that. It's choppy now and we're sideways here, but unless we break this dark green one, I have to think that we're in a bullish to sideways tape. And then if we lose that green one, then we can move down to that next darker green one with the lighter one along the way. A little bit more on that, but that's like my short example of that.
Hit the likes.
Yeah, like it up.
Testing this long here.
Nice.
See if they can hold this. We found the same buyer in the low 90s. They're not really trading too much underneath them, so I'm going to give it a shot. Speculation is there's not enough sellers that can push into the 80s and that are willing to push further. Obviously, subject to change.
I'm just waiting here. There's really nothing for me to do unless I'm scalping like these edges. But it's on a Friday, I don't want to get my blood pressure up with this micro range. Hey, talk dirty to me.
What was the context behind that?
I was on with somebody else and I don't know, I think I was long and they were talking about price going higher and I was like, talk dirty to me.
Spider, that'd be funny. You talking about practice?
The zones I used to draw them annually, your life breakthrough coach, but this is an indicator now. I have an indicator for TradingView that was created, and then with Ninja's help, we've been able to create this dynamic automatic zones indicator.
Chris,
hi Chris, what did you have for breakfast today to feed that healthy mindset? I haven't had breakfast yet. You know, I'm on the West Coast with XY. I don't think I can wake up at 5 a.m. and start eating.
Do the whole thing, cold plunge, go on a run, all this, wake up at 2 a.m. All right, I'm gonna look
I
to peel
used to.
some off.
I used to go to the gym at 5 in the morning back in the day when I used to lift.
That's wild, man. I'm gonna take some off at 6:20 here. Taking two off. We're going down to three. You talking about practice? All right, I'm gonna cover
The
the risk.
zones
Break even.
are awesome trade there, by the way. The zones are only for the group. I have a private group that I pretty much coach and help. It's more like a family now, but we I share my strategy, education. It's a big educational hub, and the zones are for them. Just because it comes with a lot of education, and I can't just share it like that. You know, what are you gonna? You don't know what to do with it.
Last three lots, break even.
Thanks, Joe. Not that many bears here in Cali, unless you're in the mountains. I'm in SoCal, Kevin. Do you snowboard, XY?
No, I never did. And eventually you get to the age where now all your friends are getting like major injuries from snowboarding.
Yeah.
And I'm like, maybe not. Like, I believe it's fun. Everyone says it. It's got to be super fun. But yeah, if I've never done it before, I don't feel like that, like you're missing out, right? Because you never did it. So I'm like, I'll save myself the injuries. I do work out a lot. Like, I go to the gym and stuff. I don't want to be injured and miss time and stuff like that. So your body couldn't take it. Literally, that would be the issue. Well, they
Raphael,
stopped me
send
break
me.
even on those three lots. I'm gonna try it along, play with the profits we got on the two lots. So essentially, it's a free trade on this idea again with more size. It's the way I'm thinking about it. If they test it a second time and fail, then it's a good end. It's a good end to the stream.
Raphael, you can send me a message on Twitter. Here's my Twitter profile. I can share more about the group. I don't really market it. I keep it.
Proprietary, top secret.
I just said, you know, I really focus on education to help people, and I can't have like, you know, I don't want 1,000 people in there. That's just too much.
It's going to be impossible to manage too. Like who's really in there to learn and who's just in there to mess
Yeah.
around. You have to moderate the chat like crazy. Yeah, Venti Live is gonna make a Discord and they're gonna have some hire some moderation and stuff.
I'm near LA, Kevin. But a good session. I mean, we have 15 minutes or so left. We caught some trades, made some points, and
Hmm.
it's just riding off into the sunset now as we watch this price action
Hope
get
so.
smaller and smaller.
The boxception just moved higher.
Yeah.
I got faith in these longs here.
I just shared I'm from LA, guys. I would tell the streets. I don't know how more specific I want to get.
Well, let's make sure. What's your address? Let's verify. Step outside and take a picture of the front of your house.
LACMA, I forget what is that? Is that like a
It's a solid buyer down there in the 90s for sure. I'm gonna start looking to take some
okay.
off again.
He wants my hairstylist number. I go to a barber.
He just wakes up like that. He never cuts it. He never does anything to it. It just stays like that.
Kevin, they are talking about a Cali meetup. So I'm sure XY will be there. I will be there. Somewhere cool in LA. Maybe next year. I don't know. Whenever they start putting a plan together. That would be cool to have.
Yeah. Do one in Chicago, go the other way, do it in LA. Can I explain my two last entries? Prior to the last move out, we had a big buyer in the 92s. Anytime they traded under the 92s, the selling just wasn't there. So as they came back, they tried to sell under him again. They got off sides. And so my speculation is, hey, I don't think they can do it this time either. So I got long the first time. I got 5 lots. I took off 2, but it paid for this trade. So the risk on this trade here was paid for by those 2 lots. So I'm in a free trade off the same idea again. And if I can double dip it, cool. If not, it's a wash. No harm, no foul. I'm already pretty happy with the other trade that Chris and I had earlier in the morning.
What would you say? I missed that.
We had that. You were along with me, right, in the morning?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I
Yeah.
heard
So I
my
was
name. I
saying
thought you
like,
were asking me something.
oh no.
Yeah. Okay.
Where am I in LA?
They want to know
626.
your address.
Yeah. I'll give you my area code 66. That's it. Just right outside LA. The suburbs, baby. The stream is on every day. Us particularly, no. There are a lot of other streamers, all good. So
What times are you home and not at home?
where do you keep your most valuable belongings?
Mm.
Chris, are they finally gonna run this? How many
What's
times
your
are they gonna
stop
mess
at?
with that buyer, man?
86. Dude, came close to it.
Yeah, I'm scratching it out around my channel. Maybe like $200, but stream's ending soon. Don't want to sit in this range anymore. Give it a few chances. What is a poor high?
Not a rich one. Thanks, guys. Good support from you guys. It was a good stream. A lot of good educational. I want to take notes on XY's course when it comes out for sure. I want to implement what what he's looking at to help my trading.
Out soon, maybe, maybe not. Who knows? It's somewhere there.
I want
Play there.
the first look at it. All right. I want the preview.
You want the preview? Oh, early
Hey guys,
release.
Hey, Jim.
great job today as usual.
Lunasia has great dim sum. Yes. Fun fact, Robot Rock. We did like a wedding party at Lunasia.
Just so you guys know, I love LA, and so if there's a move afoot, let me know. I am gonna hop on a jet.
Your private jet
Anybody's.
that you can
We
land
gotta
in your
get
pool.
Deli's the only one with the private jet. We gotta get Deli here. You can
Have
pick me up
Telly
on the way.
pick us up.
Oh my God.
Ready for the weekend, Jim?
Yeah, we might have a hurricane so showing
Oh,
up on Monday. So it's one of these weird things where they don't really know. It's not usually you get a hurricane, you get plenty of warning. They get the spaghetti charts going. They let you know what the probability is of where it's going to hit and how strong it's going to be. This time they're like, well, maybe, maybe not. So if it looks like Saturday we're in for it, then might pack up and go to Mom Cags's in Charlotte, a little bit uphill. But if not, we'll just hang out. How about you guys? What are you doing?
Honestly,
uh,
don't know.
yeah, I
I never know. The wife is like the executive assistant. She does all that stuff. I gotta go ask her.
Did you just call your wife an executive assistant?
I just thought of
I
that.
just call her the secretary. She says executive assistant.
Wow. You
Everyone
would,
tries to plan through me. I'm like, can you just tell her? Because I don't know. I'm gonna forget. So she knows what we're doing all the time. And then
you
she'll
would,
tell me like
yeah.
3 times, and I'll ask again. She's like, "Do you even listen?"
I'd have frying pans flying over my head if I said something like that. The cast iron ones too.
That's funny.
Anyway, well, great job all week long. You guys were terrific. Really looking forward to next week as well. We're going to finish this. We're all, I think we're going to be into the fourth quarter maybe or close to the fourth quarter next week. So things should keep rolling, keep moving here. We saw some volume kick in today. The last couple of days, actually, some decent volume kick in some of the equity markets, which is good to see for sure. Because the beginning part of the week was like, where's everybody?
Yeah,
So
taking it
anyway,
easy now.
that's that. So again, XYZ, get some sleep this weekend. You could change your total rhythm, all of your biological clock if you just keep waking up early.
Ah, no thanks. No thanks.
Oh man. Any event, everybody, let's get some thumbs up for these guys. Let's get some subscriptions going. We're getting close to 150K, and it's going to be giveaway palooza at NinjaTrader when that happens. So, yeah, there you go. Click on that thing, and appreciate everybody being here. Your chat's been awesome. You guys, I'm going to do a really quick edge report to end the week. So I want to say thank you again to you guys, and have a great weekend.
All right, you two guys.
Thanks, chat. See
Later,
you guys.
chat. Jim, XY. Have a good weekend, fellas.
Have a good weekend, guys.
All right, a couple markets to think about. Remember, it's Friday. The equity market's probably going to lose some of the volatility, some of the volume. Probably be some housekeeping at the end of the week with some profit taking, and then new positioning for the next week will probably happen also toward the close. Weekly OpEx folks probably have to square up on their gamma hedges. So it might be a little bit different on Friday afternoons than it is on a lot of the other closes, but a couple things to think about. The micro Bitcoin, really quickly here, let's look at this. This is kind of an interesting chart. I didn't like kind of zoom back until just now. And, we have a little bit of a double bottom forming here. I'm going to put my rectangle right there. A little bit of a double bottom forming so far. And we've seen lower lows, though, not too long ago. This was in June where we have this kind of low wick down here. And that was sub 100,000. So right now, 109,000. We went through my 112,000 line in the sand. This fib retracement's out the window. I don't even know why it's there. I'm going to click it away. So right now, though, we'll see if this test holds. This is support around 108,500, give or take, on the micro Bitcoin. Shai and Craig were pretty good at describing why, the fundamentals on why this is happening earlier this morning. So if you have a chance, go back and replay that if you haven't seen it. And then intraday, again, I don't know if there's much to do today. We have kind of finally the point of control here. It's pretty similar to yesterday's, right? Yesterday's point of control is, 109,400. Today's point of control, 109,300. That's pretty tight. That's almost unched in the scheme of things for the Bitcoin. Look how small the range is. Pretty small range today. So again, I don't expect that to change throughout the rest of the day. Real quickly here, though, we talked about silver a lot. And let's go ahead and address that because that is happening. Let me get my charts going. Daily chart right now. I have some extensions going on, and that's really the only kind of measure I could think of for looking for targets on the upside was just a fib extension. Right now, we're crushing that 4,600 level. even though my line is off by a little bit, but you get the point. 76.6% retracement we achieved. I think I tweeted that earlier today. 100% is the next one on this daily chart target list. So it is making new highs right now, moving. Maybe not all-time highs, but it's trying. We hit all the way R1 today. This is not slowing up. This market might continue today, actually, where some of the other ones might be kind of done. But look at that candle. I mean, the breakout of the initial balance broke through that one-day max, that Menthol Q one-day max, and we're still ripping up here toward that R2. Past that, there's nothing but R3. R3 is pretty far away here from a intraday area of interest point of view, 47.89. Long way to go there. So we'll see. See if there's any retracement. But right now, it looks it's just every single candle is just a nice, healthy green candle. Let's take a look at gold too while we're at it before we wrap it up for today. Let me start with the daily really quickly here. This is kind of a nice chart. I mean, we're trying to make these new highs again. This peak wick here was at 38.24.6. We're at 38.10 now. Again, gold. I got the same extension levels, but we haven't achieved that 50% yet, right? The 50% is at 38.58. We'll see if we can keep moving. Moving averages are strong. We're dancing. We're walking up that 8 EMA right now. And stochastics, forget about it. They've been so strong ever since this rally began. So this is kind of a nice move up. Intraday really quickly here. Hitting a little bit of resistance around that Menthol Q one-day max. That is the gift that keeps on giving, folks. Look for that one-day max. Look for those one-day maxes on big trend days up or big trend days down. It would be the one-day min. Nailed it right there at 38.10. That's about what we're trading at right now. We do have some big wicks on some of these 30-minute candles on the bottom, so sellers are not able to push us back down to that 0 DTE call resistance gamma wall just yet. We'll see what happens later on in the day. All right, that is the Edge Report for this afternoon. For late morning, it's not this afternoon yet. We are done for the day here at NinjaTrader Live from a broadcasting point of view. Appreciate everybody being here this whole week. This whole week was great, including the four-way battle. Congratulations, Nick. You're the man. I was on your side from Monday on forward here. I know the poll wasn't, but I was. He did a great job for sure. All four of them did great. Everybody on the show this week did a fantastic job for sure. This morning with Craig and Shai, awesome stuff. They are the best macro people I've interviewed, I've talked to, I rely on. So more of that to come for sure. Thank you for all the kind comments in the chat, and thank you guys for helping each other out, supporting each other through this whole process. Trading futures is difficult. We know that, but everybody helping each other out, making this community great is awesome. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. And it's almost time for the weekend, so I do want to remind everybody the most important message, and this is especially important going into the weekend. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.